Hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones.
These are the most powerful storms on Earth.
The water was so high, when I opened the door, it gushed me back.
It just obliterated the islands of the Bahamas.
It's a fight for survival.
No food, no water.
For man.
There are people in life and death situations.
And beast.
There was no way that I was going to leave the dogs outside.
But the total impact of a hurricane can sometimes reveal surprising discoveries.
It almost created a unique natural experiment.
Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It hits like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
A tropical wave leaves the western coast of Africa. 5 days later, a small cyclone develops in the mid-Atlantic. It's named Tropical Storm Dorian. Though no one knows it yet, it's set to become a monster hurricane, one that will have far-reaching impact beyond the storm itself. Across the Atlantic, for most Bahamians, preparing for hurricane season is nothing new. It's something to take in stride.
We were prepared traditionally. You know, I have hurricane impact windows at home, standby generators, so I always have water, that type of thing. I've experienced I think 6 storms. Usually I'm home, usually my house is pretty much untouched. My kids' playhouse sits 6 feet off the ground. It's built out of wood and it has survived 2 prior storms with no issue. So, you know, I felt pretty secure at home.
The Bahamas are an archipelago of more than 700 islands, speckled across 470,000 square kilometers of ocean. An ecological oasis and a tourism mecca.
Beautiful beaches, beautiful weather, great people, great food. You can't ask for a better place to live.
But the very climate that makes the tropics so enjoyable is exactly what feeds tropical cyclones.
The wind speed gets above 63 kilometers per hour, they are called a tropical storm. If they get up to 119 kilometers per hour or greater, then that tropical storm becomes the big daddy of them all, becomes a hurricane. What determines whether it's a hurricane, a cyclone, or a typhoon is where they originate. If they begin in the Atlantic Ocean, they're called hurricanes, and it comes from the indigenous word for storm god, which was hurricane. West of the international date line, then these same hurricane-type events are called typhoons. It comes from the Chinese word taifeng, or typhoon, meaning big wind. Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal, they're just called cyclones.
Like giant engines that use warm, moist air as fuel, tropical storms can form any time of year, where the water is warm enough to feed the developing cyclones. Every year, lists of names for tropical storms are created for each geographic region. The names are assigned in alphabetical order as they're detected. South of Grand Bahama Island on New Providence Island,
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Chela and her brother Alejandro run a refuge for homeless and abandoned dogs.
I came to the Bahamas because I met somebody, and I thought it was gonna be my dream, my fairy tale, but there were dogs everywhere. I was on the street taking care of the dogs, at the clinic, picking up dogs. After 10 years, I was given a choice, the dogs or the marriage. And the dogs needed me. I don't think the dogs were gonna find another me. That's what I thought, so I gave up on my marriage and my life.
As Tropical Storm Dorian heads towards the Caribbean, Chela and Alejandro keep busy with the dogs like nothing's happening.
It was in the news as a tropical storm, which we deal with it constantly, so there was nothing to worry about it.
But as Dorian bears down on the Caribbean, states of emergency are implemented, and Dorian makes landfall on the U.S. Virgin Islands as a Category 1 hurricane.
There are 5 categories of hurricanes. Category 1 has sustained winds of 119 kilometers per hour or more.
Miraculously, Dorian passes through much of the Caribbean with relatively little damage. As Dorian sweeps north towards the Bahamas, it's upgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. Along the coast of Grand Bahama, Stefan begins securing his newly built home as his wife heads inland to stay with family.
Everybody in Grand Bahama, around my neighborhood, trying to get plywood, trying to board up the house, trying to get supplies, trying to make their house secure.
As the hurricane approaches, Deshawn messages Jensen, asking him to fuel up their jet skis.
After the storm, getting fuel is very difficult, so I wanted them to be just full of fuel. Usually we'd go out and ride and assess damage by sea after the storm.
After filling them, I jokingly post on social media stating, if anyone needs rescues, we're here to help. We didn't expect to use our jet skis during a hurricane. That was the last thing which was on my mind.
Little do they know, things are about to change. Monitoring the threat, an NOAA flight heads directly above the growing hurricane and deploys a dropsonde.
Inside, they have sensors for measuring temperature, pressure, humidity, wind direction, and speed. It's like doing a CAT scan of a hurricane. They are extremely valuable in understanding the anatomy of these tropical storms.
Residents of the Bahamas receive shocking news. Dorian has grown to a Category 5 hurricane.
5 is lumping all of the ones that would be winds in excess of 250 kilometers per hour. This is what we call catastrophic. It's really a life changer. A brick home can be flattened. Entire trees would just be picked up and carried like sticks and just tossed like javelins. The damage is, it looks like a war zone.
Warnings are issued to take immediate cover. The police state that if the warnings are not heeded, the end could be fatal. On New Providence, Chela is running an errand when she hears the news.
I went to the vet and they were securing the clinic, and I thought it was gonna be just a tropical storm. I said, no, it's a hurricane Category 5. So I came to the refuge. I told my brother, collect all of the hurricane shutters. We are in trouble because we haven't done anything.
Dozens of makeshift shelters house the rescue's 80 dogs. There's no way they'll withstand a Category 5 storm. Chela knows they need to act fast.
There was no way that I was gonna leave the dogs outside. We dismantled the dog houses, the canopies, the tents, and we moved the dogs inside.
There's no time to waste. If the storm is anything like the Labor Day hurricane, things could go from bad to worse quickly.
In 1935, there was an infamous hurricane called the Labor Day hurricane. This is not just a 5. This was like a super 5 at 298 kilometers per hour. And it was the strongest wind from a landfalling hurricane in history that had ever been known. It totally obliterated small towns in that area, took out trains, took out railway lines. I think it killed about 423 people.
The storm destroyed almost everything along a 65-kilometer strip of the Florida Keys. Those who live on the small islands of the Bahamas can only hope that Dorian won't hit full force. With 80 rescue dogs already in the house, the thought of homeless dogs out on the streets in a Category 5 hurricane is more than Chela can bear. She heads out to find more strays in need of help.
We knew that something bad was coming our way, and I tried to rush and grab as many dogs as I could.
Chela rescues 17 more dogs, but the storm becomes too intense. With 97 dogs inside the house, 79 in her master bedroom alone, Chela finally closes the door.
The wind already was just going crazy, and by the time I had everybody in the house, we just closed ourselves in.
Chela begins to document the ordeal over social media.
Everyone here gets along and welcome their newcomers with tail wags, because they know that they are their brothers and sisters in suffering on the streets. Each of my babies deserve to have loving homes, so please, I am begging to rescues to help them. My heart is breaking that I left so many on the streets. Because I have no more room to bring them.
Chela has some time to post pictures before she loses power.
We lost the electricity around 4 o'clock. The internet, cable, phone line, everything was gone.
Dorian is about to hit the Bahamas full force, and Chela and Alejandro have lost all connection with the outside world.
We can all drown. Anything can happen during a hurricane.
During the night, Hurricane Dorian hits the Bahamas full force. After staying behind to secure his family's home, Stefan wakes up with a shock.
I was sleeping at the time when the hurricane was here. Me and my dog, Coco, that's who wake me up. Because her bed started floating on the floor, and she started barking to alarm me. So when I get out of the bed and I put my foot on the floor, I felt water about that high. I said, oh man, it's down here already. So I got up. When I got up and I opened up my room door, the water was so high, when I opened the door, it gushed me back.
Stefan and Coco are trapped. There's nowhere to go.
It's often the storm surge, which is the killer aspect of a hurricane. You can survive the winds and the heavy rains, but boy, that wall of water that comes across the beach, comes right inland for several kilometers, can be really very destructive. You take a cubic meter of water, it weighs about 1,000 kilograms. That can pound and demolish structures. It's these timbers, it's 2x4s, it's glass and doors that get rushed into this water. Lower levels of strong, sturdy buildings are destroyed. It's really a force, a huge force of nature that can kill people.
On New Providence, Chela and her brother Alejandro struggle through the night.
79 dogs were in my bedroom alone. They could have killed each other if they wanted to, but it's like they understood that we were in distress, and I was in distress because of the situation. Everybody behaved.
But the safety of the dogs isn't the only thing they have to worry about.
I always worry about if we have a high tide and we can all drown. Anything can happen during a hurricane.
North, on Grand Bahama, Stefan searches for a place to escape his flooding home. There's only one place to go.
And I walk in the house, coming into the side here, and waste water, going to get the ladder, carry it to the manhole so I could go up. Because my ceiling high, you know. So I had to use a ladder to get up in the manhole. And I carry my dog up there with me.
Stefan and Coco are stranded in the attic of his bungalow. To make matters worse, his cell phone has fallen into the water. He's completely cut off from the outside world.
And no one could reach me, couldn't talk to me no more. That was all that why people thought I was, dead or, gone,
It's a terrifying night for Stefan, and he isn't the only one in desperate need of help. The east end of Freeport, Grand Bahama, is nearly completely submerged. As residents struggle to find higher ground, Deshaun learns that friends are trapped in their attic.
I told him, like, hey, my jet ski's full of gas. I'm going to try to come and get you guys.
Deshaun rallies together volunteers from his neighborhood. They drive as far as they can before the water stops them.
This is the ocean. A good 200 feet further than when we came earlier.
They unload their jet skis and take to the flooded streets.
It was insanely dangerous, wildly scary. The wind was blowing profusely at this point. The rain pretty much felt like small rocks just pounding at you. Pretty much most of the city was underwater. Most of the roads that you would take, you had to redirect around.
As Deshaun battles to find a route to reach his friends on Grand Bahama, the worst of the storm miraculously passes New Providence.
For the grace of God, we were spared. Some poles on the ground, some flooding, no major catastrophes like other hurricanes.
For Chela, all of their efforts through the night have been worth it.
My love for dogs started since I was a child. They don't want nothing in return. As long as you treat them good, it's mind-blowing. These animals, they are so loving.
While Chela and the dogs are out of the woods, Deshaun and the volunteers are battling unrelenting hurricane conditions on Grand Bahama. He manages to get his friend's family to safety, but the ordeal reveals the desperate situation for many.
I found some young guys outside pleading for help for some people. There was a lady and her daughter just on the top of her car, just sitting out in the middle of the storm. And nearby, there was one woman that had a newborn baby in a styrofoam cooler. When I found her, the baby was staying afloat in this because the water levels, they were in the house. The house water was about 5-6 feet, and a pregnant lady in one house. And so after I saw this, I told one of my guys that went with me to do the rescues, let's clear the neighborhood.
As word spreads of their rescue efforts, more volunteers join in. But no one is aware that Stefan and Coco are still trapped in their attic.
No food, no water, can't sleep because I have to watch the water. I have to stay up, like, doing this. I couldn't lay down flat, so I had to stay like a pose, like a Coco was right there, trembling and wondering what happening too. Why she up here? She trembling, and I just hug her and put her next to me. Man. Bring back memories, man. Bring back memories. Yep, I hold her. She was my comfort. I'm not gonna lie. She was. And that dog, we had her when she was a little baby. I love her.
Trapped in the attic with Coco, Stefan has no idea what's happened with his other dog, Brewster, who was outside when the storm hit. And things are about to get worse.
Never in a million years could I prepare for what Dorian had brought to the island.
Around the world, the total impact of hurricanes like Dorian are hitting in unexpected ways. But on the island of Grand Bahama, as water levels continue to rise, a nightmare scenario unfolds. Late on September 1st, Dorian stalls just north of Grand Bahama.
Typically, hurricanes move at a speed of maybe 8 to 12 kilometers per hour. Now, what happened, though, was very unfortunate because it slowed right down.
Like a cork floating along a river, hurricanes are pushed along by ocean winds. If the winds slow down, the hurricane can stall. In the case of Dorian, it slowed to just 1 kilometer an hour.
You could walk faster than this hurricane moved. It spun around hour after hour and just obliterated the islands.
Dorian stalls for 40 hours, lashing the islands of Grand Bahama and nearby Great Abaco with rain, waves, and winds as high as 295 kilometers an hour. Deshaun, Jensen, and a team of 40 jet skiers and boaters battle the storm in search of survivors.
At this point, we would have had, I think, anywhere from 200 to 300 just random people calling our phones and sending us messages requesting people to be rescued.
Jensen is shocked by what he sees.
One of the rescues I remember was rescuing an infant from out of ceiling. I was able to, punch the ceiling open at a certain angle where I was able to get the baby out.
And there were some people that were in life and death situations, and so that's what kind of kept us going. Just knowing that we were in a position to help.
Still trapped in his attic, with no food or water, exhausted and hungry, Stefan struggles to remain hopeful.
Through all the hurricane, I didn't sleep. I just stayed up for 3 days, didn't eat, just praying and sobbing, all night, Thank God. But I pray, Lord, that, this is the way I'm supposed to die, This is the way I'm coming to die, not like this,
As Stefan's hopes for rescue shrink, Dorian finally begins to move north. And Deshaun returns home to assess the damage.
When I came home, I was just in awe, just like very saddened because, I wasn't sure where to go to next.
Deshaun knows how lucky he and his loved ones are.
A lot of the people that I know, or all of them, survived. Jensen had somebody that was very close to him that actually reached out for help.
She was stuck in a roof, and she could actually see the water rising. So we actually tried to go there, but under weather conditions, the winds were extremely dangerous. At this point, she told me she was still stuck in the roof, and she was desperately needed help.
Despite their best efforts, they're unable to reach her. Days later, Jensen receives devastating news.
Some other rescue team found her body in some nearby bushes.
Despite this heartbreaking loss, Jensen tries to focus on the positive and the lives they were able to save.
We rescued about over 150 persons during this time.
It's a very good feeling, very good feeling knowing that you got people out of harm's way and knowing that you survived yourself.
The morning after the storm, Chella makes an exciting discovery.
After we clean up the debris at the refuge, I went to a coffee shop looking for internet because I needed to know what was happening. I needed for my family to know that we were okay.
The owner lets her in on some incredible news. The storm has created a remarkable opportunity for Chella's dog rescue.
He said, Chella is crazy. Check the fundraiser, check the pages. Your pictures went viral. It's everywhere, everybody is sharing it. I never, in a million years, I thought that those pictures were gonna be a sensation. It was insane.
Donations for the refuge pour in. People around the world work to help rehome the dogs.
Everybody all of a sudden knew of my dogs. I was able to send 79 dogs in 2 days to rehome. And pretty much everybody by now had been adopted. That was the good news about the hurricane. It took a major devastation for my dogs to find a window of opportunity to leave the Bahamas. It completes me knowing that I started something and I finished it till the end. And the end was when they found the happiness that they deserved.
As the waters in his home begin to recede, Stefan and Coco are finally able to climb down from the attic. He discovers that Dorian has completely destroyed his new home.
The wall went when I came down. I see this big open bright light. I said, wow. Then when I look around, I see my neighbors, them, and other places, them, their wall down too.
Stefan knows he's lucky to be alive.
Coco did save my life because she was there with me, and I was holding her, and I was crying too, As soon as the water came down, my wife came over here on the family to check up on me, My sisters, my family, all who came over, checking up on me. Friends, close friends, came over. Man, a lot of hugs. Oh, man. A lot of hugs. A lot of hugs. I needed that. You know, but they was worrying too. Bad. They was worrying.
Hurricane Dorian leaves the islands of Grand Bahama and Great Abaco devastated. If the categories of storms were extended at 295 kilometers an hour, Dorian would be classified as a Category 6 hurricane. When storms are particularly deadly or costly, their names can be retired, never to be used again. In a strange twist, in 2020, the committee that makes these choices is unable to meet due to the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. Because names are only recycled every 6 years, the committee has until 2025 to retire the name. But Dorian will likely be retired. In the wake of Dorian, there is strength and renewal.
You know, Grand Bahamians are resilient. I tell people we are hurricane experts, if there is such a thing.
I took a greater appreciation on life and lived life for the moment.
3 days after Stefan and Coco climbed down from the attic,
KK, you didn't hear me call his name? We started walking there, he started coming close.
a miracle, Brewster has found his way home.
Beaming people, we warriors, man. We go for it. Yeah, Brewster. New beginning now. Coming big and stronger, that's all. He's so happy, he won. Let me go, boy.
While the power of a hurricane can be devastating, the total impact can also have astonishing outcomes, as a hurricane ends a drought.
It's a little part of the accounting. It's on the other side of the ledger.
I sometimes think tropical storms and hurricanes are given a bum rap. You know, believe it or not, there's some good that can come from these monster storms. Take cities along the eastern seaboard of the United States. What would they do for rainfall if they didn't have hurricanes? You'd have a lot of reservoirs that would go dry. You'd have terrible drought periods. You'd have not water for irrigation. Wells would go dry. And so we actually depend sometimes on the rainwaters.
7 years before Hurricane Dorian, and over 700 kilometers northwest of the Bahamas, the southeastern U.S. is a tinderbox.
The interior southeastern United States, Georgia, South Carolina, western North Carolina, Florida, those areas were in severe drought.
Northern Florida is hard hit, with 18 wildfires raging. One scorches more than 45 square kilometers of national forest. As the region is grappling with drought, Tropical Storm Debbie is headed for New Orleans when something unanticipated happens.
Surprising twist to Debbie was all of the forecast models projected it to travel west towards Louisiana and Texas. And it did, briefly, and then turned almost 180 degrees and headed nearly due east towards the sort of eastern panhandle of Florida.
The storm makes landfall and spawns 13 tornadoes. The deluge of water undercuts the ground and 52 sinkholes appear in just one county. Hundreds of homes are damaged. When it's passed, it's caused $250 million in damage and taken 10 lives. Tropical storms and hurricanes can often deal a devastating blow. Yet in some cases, they also have a complex relationship with drought. And, as in the case of Tropical Storm Debbie, can cause a stunning reversal to extreme droughts.
Tropical Storm Debbie, its landfall was kind of right around the elbow of Florida and moved right into an area that had been riddled with wildfires for weeks. It had been in severe drought for a period of months before that. Debbie moved pretty slowly, produced a lot of rain all across the whole peninsula there of Florida, and in the course of 2 days ended those severe drought conditions and really quelled the wildfire situation at the same time.
Jason's research has shown that this type of turnaround in drought conditions isn't rare.
In parts of the southeast, almost half of the droughts of the last century ended because of landfalling tropical systems.
The researchers coined the term drought busters.
What my research focuses on is tropical cyclone drought busters, when the rainfall from a single landfalling tropical cyclone single-handedly is enough to end existing drought conditions in the area affected by its rainfall.
Similar drought-busting systems can be seen in different places around the world.
As far as the rapid transition from dry to rather wet conditions that's associated with drought busting, we do see that in certain circumstances around the world. The South Asian monsoon is an example where the summer season tends to be in a lot of locations in South Asia rather wet with the rainfall that we characteristically think of with the monsoon. The hurricane is a double-edged sword. They're very important components of the rainfall climatology. While this wouldn't be expected to offset the negative aspects, the costs and damages associated with landfall and tropical systems, it's a little part of the accounting. It's on the other side of the ledger.
But where does it lie on the balance sheet when a 350-ton ship is dragged across the ocean floor?
There's no way that a ship can literally just disappear, but it really had.
Florida often bears the brunt of hurricane season, but unlike Tropical Storm Debbie, in 2017, Hurricane Irma delivered a different kind of surprise outcome. This one at the bottom of the ocean. Hurricane Irma tears through the leeward islands of southern Florida. The storm leaves 12 million people without power. 90% of buildings are damaged. 60% of the population homeless. 129 lives are lost.
Hurricane Irma passed through Florida, but very soon after there was a second hurricane. Hurricane Maria was literally 2 weeks later that came up the east coast of Florida. Now it was two hurricanes back to back.
Before the dual hurricanes hit, Ian and the ReefSmart team were working in Florida.
ReefSmart creates three-dimensional maps of the aquatic ecosystem to help divers and snorkelers explore that environment in a safe, sustainable way. If you want to know what's going on underneath the water, then you would reach for a ReefSmart guide. In August, we were finishing up mapping work in Broward County, the Fort Lauderdale area. We were mapping about 35 wrecks and reefs. There was one more wreck that was due to be sunk, which was the Okinawa.
A 33-meter-long, 350-ton military tug, the Okinawa, was being dropped as an artificial reef.
The idea of artificial reefs is that you place a structure on the seabed and automatically fish are attracted to that. And it builds up an ecosystem around that shipwreck. So we visited the Okinawa about a week to 10 days later. It was sitting perfectly on the bottom, upright at about 70 feet in a north-south orientation. The fact that it was sitting upright was perfect. And if a wreck is slightly tilted, it makes you a little bit disoriented when you get into the wreck. So this wreck had been dropped perfectly on the seabed.
The ReefSmart team is finishing their Florida work when they hear about the impending hurricanes.
Our first response when we saw the hurricane heading for Florida was all the people that we had met in Florida and we'd worked with, we were worried for them and about, are they able to get to safety?
Soon after Ian and the team arrive home in Montreal and the hurricanes have passed through Florida, they receive some unbelievable news.
We started getting the calls pretty soon after we arrived in Montreal. The phone started pinging. It was some of the dive centers that we had worked with in Florida had gone down and literally dropped off the boat at the GPS coordinates of the Okinawa and said, it's just not there. We're just saying, check the GPS coordinates. There's no way that a ship can literally just disappear, but it really had. I think it took a second dive center to go there and confirm, yes, it is actually gone.
But where could a 350-ton ghost ship have just disappeared to? Aren't waters supposed to be calm under the surface?
We weren't sure at that point whether it had literally been blown to pieces or whether it had just been moved. The thing is that the wreck was very new and structurally sound, so it was unlikely that it could just be broken up that quickly. So the dive centers started doing a search pattern around those GPS coordinates, just increasingly getting larger circles around that point, trying to find where the structure is using the depth sounder, until all of a sudden they ping something that's not flat seabed at 70 feet. They found the structure about 200 feet away. It was clear also that the structure had changed itself, not just the location, but it was now rolling onto its side. It had been shifted around about 100 degrees, so it was facing in a different direction. So this shows where the wreck used to be, lying in a north-south orientation. And this is how it was moved 200 feet and swung around, facing the other direction, and with the mast bent over to one side and the whole ship rotated. The mermaid statue was holding a reflecting ball, but she sits in this bar area where it was decorated with, you see these small starfish and other creatures. The hurricane just tore all of those kind of structures off.
The Okinawa wasn't the only dive site that had been affected by the hurricanes.
For dive centers or individuals that had gone out to dive different wrecks, each one of them had come back and said that their structures had changed. The Ancient Mariner, the whole upper deck had been torn off that shipwreck and was now lying on the side of the shipwreck. Rodeo 25, the superstructure of that wreck had collapsed further, and Captain Dan, the smokestack had been removed.
The 3D mapping work done by ReefSmart before the hurricane gave an opportunity to learn how and why the wrecks had been affected in such different ways.
We started to try and figure out why some shipwrecks changed in the way that they did. And this is the scientists, and as big as the team at ReefSmart are all marine biologists, so we were fascinated that we had this sort of strange experiment that we hadn't planned to capture but had. So we'd almost created this a unique natural experiment where we had mapped a bunch of these wrecks and reefs before a hurricane, and then I had the opportunity to map them again immediately after, so we could take a look at what had changed. We started asking ourselves some questions about why the Okinawa moved in the way that it did. It was obviously a new wreck, so it had really just was resting on the seabed rather than sort of slightly buried into the seabed, but it was also positioned parallel to the oncoming waves. So as the waves hit, the ship was basically broadside to those waves, which would have offered it the largest surface area, which may have been something to do with the fact that it was moved physically as much as it was. Some of the other wrecks that had been down longer had not been physically moved, because my suspicion is that they had nestled down into the sediment a little bit more. They'd been there, sometimes more than a decade, so they'd almost become part of the seabed. The hurricanes obviously create a lot of wind, and that wind creates waves, and there's also currents that can move the seawater around as well. So I think it's a combination of the currents and the waves that are causing the structures on the bottom to move. It says something about the power of these storms, that they can just literally pick up a ship of that size and move it physically across the seabed. These were storms that weren't even direct hits. Neither of them had passed directly over the wreck. They had just moved the water enough to be able to pick up the ship. You kind of think sometimes that once you're down underneath the water, you're in this calm and peaceful environment, and anything that happens on the surface, you're oblivious to almost. You're in your own little world, but the power of these hurricanes means that the waves and the currents are literally moving things around down there like chess pieces. It's pretty powerful stuff.
With the ferocious power of hurricanes undeniable, one scientist tries to harness the amazing energy of a cyclone.
An average hurricane would be the same power or force as setting off 10,000 nuclear bombs.
Hurricanes, cyclones, typhoons. These deadly whirlwinds can be devastating. But could they also be a solution to the death and destruction from nuclear meltdowns and other energy disasters? A 9.0 magnitude earthquake strikes off the coast of Japan, inducing a 15-meter tsunami. the Fukushima nuclear plant is struck with devastating results. More than 18,000 people are killed and 160,000 forced from their homes. The disaster struck home for engineer Atsushi, and in 2013, he started green tech firm Shell Energy to tackle the problem.
Our life work to achieve all renewable energy society. Our generation have to change for our children, our future.
He wanted to find a way to lower the death print. The death print is the number of people killed per kilowatt hour of energy produced. The pursuit of energy takes hundreds of thousands of lives every year. Atsushi was determined to find a safe, renewable form of energy. But where? His thoughts went to a common weather event in Japan, the typhoon.
In Japan, so many typhoons every year.
These destructive tropical cyclones can pack a hefty punch, with winds recorded at up to 345 kilometers an hour.
These are the most powerful storms on Earth. They are tremendous heat engines. An average hurricane would be the same power or force as setting off 10,000 nuclear bombs. The energy created by an average hurricane is about 600 terawatts of energy. If you took the world's current electrical generating capacity, it would be about 6 terawatts. So think about it. An average hurricane would have 100 times the electrical generating capacity of the world within itself.
But most of the energy from a hurricane exists in the form of water vapor that can't be captured.
Just 1/4% of the energy of a hurricane is the winds.
Yet that small percentage still equates to around 1.5 terawatts of energy, equivalent to over a quarter of the world's total electrical generating capacity. But is there a way to capture that energy? Could wind turbines be used?
I think conventional wind turbine, they are like dinosaur. Yeah, dinosaur. So they have a long history over the 100 years. They is getting larger, but primary design is not so changed.
As the wind industry has grown, their shortcomings have become clearer. Inefficient, short lifespans, large amounts of non-recyclable materials, and health issues are just some of the problems. It's estimated that more than 500,000 birds and bats are killed every year by industrial wind turbines in the US alone.
Often birds killed by the wind turbine. It's a very severe problem. So not good for environment.
But with catastrophic failures of conventional wind turbines occurring at even low wind speeds, trying to harness energy from even a Category 1 hurricane, with winds beginning at 119 kilometers an hour, isn't feasible. Atsushi took a new approach and created the world's first typhoon wind turbine. The egg beater-shaped turbine has no blades and is designed not only to withstand the destructive forces of a tropical cyclone, but also to harness it, while at the same time protecting wildlife. It works through something known as the Magnus effect.
So Magnus effect is known as the principle of the football. When we rotate the ball not go straight. It goes sideways.
On the side where the ball and wind travel in the same direction, there's less resistance. Where the ball and the wind travel in different directions, there's more resistance. This property pushes the ball in the direction of least resistance, the same way athletes use it to curve balls. Atsushi's bladeless turbine isn't just a theory. The first prototype was installed in Okinawa, Japan in 2016.
Our turbine is not noisy. and the birds can recognize turbine. This turbine can prevent the bird strike. Our turbine is not only the renewable energy, but very friendly to the environment.
As the world's population continues to grow, energy demands increase, and the pressures on wildlife and the environment build. One of the planet's most devastating natural disasters could end up offering a greener way to produce energy.
No wonder people are in awe of hurricanes. They just have so much energy, and it's to think that nature can produce all of that energy, I think, is what's revealing.
Hurricanes, undeniably terrifying and destructive. They reveal their total power, both above and below the ocean. Yet sometimes they can also quench a scorched earth, and they may offer opportunities for new sources of energy for a greener future. Earthquakes, terrifying.
It's like a nightmare.
Deadly.
If we had gone to bed 10 minutes later, I would be here as a widower.
And impossible to predict.
In a matter of seconds, everything can go away.
They can strike in the most unexpected places.
I always thought earthquakes were something that happens in California, not in Oklahoma.
But when disaster shakes the planet, the total impact can change engineering.
There are a lot of theories why those buildings perform well.
And even history. Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It hits like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
Earthquake sirens ring out across Mexico City. The alarms trigger mass evacuations. An 8.1 magnitude earthquake has struck, the largest in Mexico in 100 years. While the quake kills nearly 100 people in southern Mexico, it originates off the coast, 1,000 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and the city is left relatively unscathed. For residents of Mexico, preparing for earthquakes is a normal part of life growing up. But they're unaware that a much more deadly earthquake is just around the corner.
From early on in school to your adult life, you're always doing drills for earthquakes. You're supposed to remain calm, listen to the leaders. Most people that live here are aware of the danger that an earthquake can bring. We all have that fear inside of us, but we also love our city.
Situated in the trans-Mexican volcanic belt, Mexico City was once the center of Aztec society. Today, Mexico City is a modern city, rich in history.
Mexico is awesome, it's great. I mean, we have a really cool weather, the people is awesome. I love Mexican food, Mexican music, Mexican culture.
Yet this thriving metropolis lies in one of the most seismically active regions in the world, along what's known as the Ring of Fire. Home to most of the world's volcanoes, this is where the Earth moves and roars to life.
The Ring of Fire, of course, people get very excited about this. It's basically just the Pacific Rim. The surface of the Earth is divided up into about 10 plates.
These tectonic plates are in constant motion. Where they meet, along the ring, about 90% of the world's earthquakes shake the planet.
As the oceanic plate dives down beneath the continents, this pressure is being built up by plate tectonics. It slips, and the energy then radiates out across the surface of the Earth. It's this sliding process as they move past one another that generates the earthquakes that we feel.
You know, Mexicans, especially if you come from Mexico City, are aware of the danger that an earthquake can bring. Like everyone, you grow up with the stories of the 1985 earthquake.
On the morning of September 19th, 1985, Mexico City started to shake.
I remember very clearly, it was a little bit before 7 o'clock in the morning. I went to the window and I could see the water of the pool just moving from one side to another, you know, like. And then I turned on the TV to see the news. There was no signal on the TV. I called my boss. I used to work at a TV station, and he said to me, you have to come to the studio. We have to start reporting.
A TV producer, Carlos headed into the city to cover the aftermath of the quake.
It was really devastating. It was really shocking. Everything collapsed. People bleeding, hurt. I mean, imagine a bomb just crashing into your city. It's like a nightmare.
The earthquake killed 10,000 and left 30,000 injured.
The 1985 event was a magnitude 8.0. To give a sense of the scale, it's about as much energy is released as the largest nuclear tests that there ever have been, and several thousand times larger than the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. The 1985 event was a real wake-up for Mexico City. There was a lot of damage, despite the fact that the earthquake was 300 kilometers away. So that was a real revelation. The fact that the earthquake was so far away from Mexico City really is what spurred the idea of developing an early warning system.
To implement the new early warning system, 12 seismic sensors were placed along the coast of Mexico. Today, there are more than 100 sensors. The sensors detect the initial P, or primary waves. These don't shake the ground and can't be felt except by the sensors, giving advance warning that the more damaging S, or shear waves, are soon to follow.
By putting seismic sensors close to the earthquake source at the coast and detecting the earthquake very rapidly, you could send a signal ahead of the seismic waves and provide up to about a minute's worth of warning before the city itself would shake. Mexico's warning system was the first early warning system publicly generating alerts back in 1991. And so there's no question all of the warning systems around the world have kind of been following Mexico's lead.
32 years to the day after the catastrophic 1985 earthquake, sirens ring out across the city. It's the annual earthquake drill.
There's always like a standard procedure of where you should go immediately. There's like a protocol, you know? So we're definitely prepared.
That morning, Carlos visits his son on the set of a television show.
He introduced me to the director and some of the actors and gave me a tour around the hacienda, and then he asked me to stay. And I said, no, look, I have work to do. I'm going to go back home.
I was with the director and the DP. It was very hot. So we went inside the hacienda to the second floor, and we went outside to this terrace to get a little bit fresh before getting and shoot the scene.
Meanwhile, Andres is preparing to make a pitch for his bicycle business.
We are a startup, right? So we were actually sitting down and we were just about to start the pitch.
Suddenly, 2 hours after the annual siren testing, the sirens sound again.
It was definitely a huge surprise. And then the earthquake hit. And we started to freak out a bit. I went out on the street and then I saw a lot of dust and this woman crying that a building had collapsed, and I didn't really believe that. until I saw the collapsed building. And then I heard that there was another collapsed building and another one and another one.
It's a big coincidence that there was the '85 earthquake, same day. I just stood there and I was like, it's gonna pass, right?
But the shaking does not stop.
It moved really, really, really strong. But my reaction was so shocked of seeing this corner of the building of the hacienda collapsing. Because we're talking about stone and rocks. The director was next to me, and he evacuated as soon as he felt the earthquake. But instead of evacuating, I just stood there.
Before he can react, things go from bad to worse.
I remember feeling this black shadow coming to me, like boom, and just knocked me out. And I went to black.
32 years to the day of the country's worst natural disaster, Mexico City is hit by a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. As Carlos Jr. lies beneath a pile of rubble, his father is at home when the earthquake strikes.
I suddenly felt this strong movement, and then I realized it was an earthquake. So I went out and saw my neighbor's house collapse, and I was just waiting for the houses to collapse.
As the tremors subside, 3 states have suffered widespread destruction. Andres has managed to evacuate onto the streets with thousands of others.
You would see people with their head open. You heard about people being trapped in buildings, and you just feel kind of helpless.
Carlos has no idea yet what's happened to his son.
I received a call telling me that Carlos, my son, was trapped under the rubble of the hacienda they were shooting. And they told me that he was okay, that they managed to take him to a hospital. But I thought they told me he was okay because they didn't want to tell me that he died. So I started to drive. I was just focused on finding my son.
While Carlos races to his son, the people of Mexico City mobilize. First responders jump into action, along with thousands of everyday citizens. International disaster response teams begin flying in from around the world.
The time following the disaster is crucial, so that clock is ticking.
Gary is deployed from the U.S. with a team of 79. Along with their equipment, Gary brings his partner of 7 years, Tanker, one of 6 detection dogs on the team.
Tanker, he was easily the best dog that I've had, like an old pro. As soon as I put my equipment on, he knew it was time to go to work, and he was ready to go. When there's work to be done, rubble to be searched, the dogs are in that mode. Canines are able to detect people in an area much quicker than humans can. A dog could search in, say, 5-10 minutes, where it would take a human maybe up to an hour or longer. So that saves time, and by saving time, it could save lives.
As Gary, Tanker, and their team rush to Mexico City, hundreds of ordinary people race the clock to rescue those trapped in the rubble, forming human chains to remove debris. Andres also jumps into action.
The earthquake took away the roads, so cars weren't able to go pretty much anywhere. It was pretty obvious for us that we needed to help using our bikes.
Andres helps to organize a bike brigade, moving emergency supplies through the shaken city.
There were at least with us over 100 cyclists that were helping out. distributing the packages that contain mostly food, water, and supplies.
They deliver aid to some of the worst hit areas.
The ground had opened up and it had swallowed some of the houses.
The catastrophic effects of the earthquake are worse in some regions than others. But why?
One of the real challenges for Mexico City is that it sits in this old lake bed, so there's a lot of soft sediments. And so that means that as the energy comes up towards the city, it's actually amplified.
The shaking of the sandy substrate creates what's known as liquefaction. Like a bowl of jelly, water-saturated sediment loses its integrity and acts as a fluid.
This is what causes the large scale of destruction.
With collapsed and unstable buildings throughout the city, there's no time to spare.
You would see people just trying to help each other out, and it did awake something in the crew, in every one of us.
Sitting on top of a juncture of tectonic plates, Mexico's geology creates the perfect storm for seismic catastrophes. Like a slow-motion car crash, the Cocos Plate dives under Mexico at a rate of almost 8 meters every 100 years, about twice the rate of other plates. And as the Earth moves and adjusts to the sudden thrust of an earthquake, another danger looms. Aftershocks.
So when you have one earthquake, then just that energy traveling through the Earth's surface, it can trigger other earthquakes. The most aftershocks are smaller than the main shock by definition. However, it's also possible it actually triggers a larger event.
After the initial shockwave, Mexico experiences over 40 aftershocks.
We've been through some very substantial aftershocks, and all of a sudden things change.
At the hacienda, Carlos Jr. has no idea what's happened, till colleagues manage to pull him from under the rubble.
The next thing I remember is waking up in the grass and looking up and looking at my photographer. I was very dizzy and confused and scared.
As Carlos Jr. falls in and out of consciousness, his colleagues desperately tried to get him to a hospital.
But it was chaos everywhere. We got into this hospital which collapsed, but they were attending people outside on the parking lot. I got stitches. They didn't want me to go to sleep because they knew I got hit in my head.
Hospitals are inundated with patients as victims of the earthquake are brought in from around the city. 40 buildings have collapsed, and specialized equipment and search dogs are brought in to look for signs of life amongst the rubble.
When we use things like our listening devices that can pick up somebody that's buried under a couple floors, we need complete silence.
Amidst the crowds, jackhammers, and generators, rescue workers raise their hand, the universal symbol for silence.
It's amazing how quickly everybody will quiet down, cars will be turned off. We can get complete silence in just a matter of seconds, and that's vital for what we do.
If a dog detects the scent of a live person, it alerts the team.
Once he finds a scent, he'll kind of come at it from different ways to find where the strongest scent is, and then he'll just keep barking there. If we've located a live person in it, then we'll stay there continuously 24 or 36 hours until that person's rescued. We have the equipment and the personnel to be able to dig through rubble. We have jackhammers. We can go through several floors of collapsed structure to get to somebody that's underneath. The feeling that I have when we pull somebody alive that's been buried under rubble is, it's hard to explain. Overjoyed, I can just still see the face of the last victim that we pulled out. It's an unbelievable feeling. I couldn't really describe it in words.
Yet amongst the twisted labyrinth of metal, concrete, and glass, there are places even the dogs can't reach. But there is one renowned group that dares go where most no one else would ever tread. The moles. South of Mexico City, the total impact of an earth-shattering earthquake is yet to be discovered. But as the city rushes to find survivors, Carlos has managed to make his way through the chaos to his son.
So when my dad arrived, he took me to another clinic. Everybody was surprised that I didn't break any bones. Everything is going through my mind. The accident, actually what happened. I mean, was it real? It was a really big earthquake, like a movie. CGI, explosions everywhere. The buildings collapsing. In a matter of seconds, everything can go away.
Since he was born, we've been so close. We're like soulmates. He's my best friend. I'm glad he's alive. That's all I can say.
Two days after the earthquake, 249 people are confirmed dead. There could still be survivors, but there are places too dangerous for anyone to enter. Too small, too unstable, spaces that could collapse in an instant. Yet there is one legendary rescue force that dares to go where no one else can. Los Topos, the moles.
Los Topos nacieron a raíz del sismo de 1985 por la idea de formar un grupo especializado que pudiera ayudar en temblores. Principalmente hoy nos dedicamos casi a cualquier tipo de agente perturbador. Somos un grupo especializado en búsqueda y rescate en estructuras colapsadas. El trabajo es sacar a una persona, recuperar un cuerpo o hacer un túnel tal vez para ver si hay alguien más o que pueda entrar una unidad canina, un K9 y verificar si hay vida.
Internationally renowned, they seem to have no fear, crawling into the most inaccessible, dangerous places on Earth after disasters strike. Like Gary and the Canine Squad, it takes a special breed to become a mole.
Somos pocos en realidad, pero es que el trabajo es arduo. Tienes que tener, como dicen, la mente fría, dirigido a lo que vas y sí, lo que te encuentras, sí te deja una huella.
Like many aid groups, the moles are volunteers.
La satisfacción de haber ayudado. Pago no hay, todos somos voluntarios en la brigada. Nos ayudan con donativos, las personas, es nuestro tiempo, es lo que nosotros aportamos a la sociedad.
Teams from around the world arrive to help. 501 rescue workers, 32 search dogs, 440 tons of aid from over 27 countries. Then, on September 24th, aftershocks force rescuers to stop working. But just hours later, they're back at it, refusing to give up. But by then, the death toll has reached 370, and rescue turns to recovery.
And that's always hard to accept. We don't ever, turn that portion off of looking for the live victims. But we just know that the chances are decreasing as time goes on.
As the death toll mounts, the question arises. With Mexico's advanced warning in place, with over 100 seismic sensors, why was there so little time between when the alarms rang out and the earthquake hit.
So Mexico's warning system is very focused on a few seismic sensors along the coast, providing a warning to Mexico City and now to some other cities as well.
But instead of originating along the coast, the earthquake originated inland, closer to Mexico City.
The epicenter was 50 kilometers from the city. Because the earthquake was so close, the P wave had actually arrived in the city by the time the sirens went off. So you have this much closer, smaller, but much stronger shaking because it's much closer to the city. So the system did work, but it didn't go off until after the first seismic waves had arrived.
The disaster takes its emotional toll.
You know, you're making plans for future, you're going through your daily life, and then somebody's trying to take away your city, right? Nothing else like really makes sense. Someday this could strike again, but you just can't leave the city. It's a great city.
The Mexico City anniversary earthquake highlights the need for improved detection.
The whole system has to be much faster because the system has to provide warnings for earthquakes that are right beneath our feet. So we have to absolutely minimize the time it takes to process the data, understand the earthquake, and push the warning out to people. We cannot predict earthquakes today, for sure, and most seismologists don't think we'll be able to do it in the foreseeable future. And the reason is that on any given fault plane, there are hundreds of earthquakes, very, very small earthquakes every single day. And then on a particular day, at a particular time, one of these small earthquakes grows to become a big earthquake. So to predict the big earthquakes, you need to predict all of these tiny earthquakes and which one of them will become large. Plate tectonics tells us that we continue to get these recurring earthquakes in the same locations, similar kinds of magnitudes.
But what's happening when thousands of kilometers away, earthquakes rock unsuspecting communities far from any fault lines?
All of a sudden, boom! Just like a huge airplane had crashed in the yard.
It's the middle of the night when the Earth moves. 6 years before the Mexico City earthquake, and 2,000 kilometers north, a sudden shaking wakes up residents of the small town of Prague, Oklahoma.
I was in bed when and it woke me up. We didn't know what that was. Earthquakes really were something that happens in California, not in Oklahoma.
There's a tremendous shaking and vibration, and we knew exactly when it occurred because it stopped our grandfather's clock in the parlor at 2:15 a.m. on the money.
A 4.7 magnitude earthquake had just struck.
We hadn't had any earthquakes really around here, so we didn't know what that was. Tornadoes, floods, hailstorms. Those are the disasters that you really thought about, you know, for this area.
At 10:53 p.m. that night, they're struck again. It's unmistakable, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake. It's felt as far away as Wisconsin, almost 1,300 kilometers away.
All of a sudden, boom! Just like a huge airplane had crashed in the yard, the house started shaking, the walls began cracking, there's dust flying. My wife was screaming, crying. I was spread eagle legs apart just to keep standing up. And I just knew in my own mind that upstairs were going to come crashing down into the first floor. It was very terrifying.
We received a lot of calls. People thought there was an explosion because it was so loud and shook everything in town. A lot of people thought maybe something ran into their house. So the police department, you know, they were inundated with calls. And then we got the teams out looking around for damage.
Joe and his wife had just gone to bed before the big quake hit.
We both felt very grateful to have left the room at 10:30 because our big chimney came through the roof and landed where she had been sitting about 10 minutes before. If we had gone to bed 10 minutes later, I would be here as a widower.
By the morning, nearly 30 aftershocks have rippled through the ground. 10 of them above a 3.0 magnitude. Houses look like they've been ransacked. 14 homes and a university building have sustained damage.
Every corner, there was large cracks. Over every door, every window, there were cracks.
Between Prague and Meeker, the highway actually buckled in places. There were a couple of injuries from the earthquake. There was a woman that was hit by debris that fell through the roof of her house. There was quite a lot of distress within the community, kind of like waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know, when's the next one going to happen? And how big is it going to be? Is it going to be worse than the one before?
As a town and a state sit on edge, researchers investigate what was happening.
So starting in around 2009, Oklahoma went from a background of about 2 to 3 magnitude 3.0 earthquakes per year to a peak of around 900 magnitude 3.0 earthquakes in 2015 and 2016.
It was clear the region was being hit by earthquakes, but why? Prague sits nowhere near the edge of a tectonic plate, where most seismic activity occurs. And while Prague sits on a splay of the Wilzetta fault system, it was generally inactive. Why had it suddenly sprung to life?
We found out the earthquakes were caused by fracking and wastewater disposal. There was a disposal well located along the fault line just northwest of Prague.
Also known as hydraulic fracturing. Fracking is when a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals is injected at high pressure deep into the earth through drill sites. This creates cracks in the rock so natural gas and oil can flow more freely for extraction. When the process is complete, the contaminated wastewater is disposed of by injecting it back into the earth. In Oklahoma, the injections were stressing the previously inactive fault line, causing it to shift and creating a 4,000% increase in earthquakes.
They probably reached some sort of critical pressure, some critical threshold by which it started to create these earthquakes.
I did not know that earthquakes could be created. I always thought earthquakes was just the shifting of the earth, a natural phenomenon. I mean, it is a physical process. When you're pulling stuff out of the ground, you're creating a cavity. When you're pumping it back in at a high rate of speed, you're pushing things around. So, I mean, it makes sense that you can cause the ground to shift if you're doing those things.
I think we've come to the point where there's common acceptance that there is a connection between fracking and earthquakes.
Following the advice of researchers, the government began implementing stricter rules for fracking, and in 2016, mandated a 40% reduction in fluid injections.
So anytime a large earthquake would occur, they would immediately ramp down disposal in a certain area near those larger earthquakes.
You know, we were glad when the earthquakes started tapering off and minimizing in the intensity. They've pretty much gone away in the Prague area, but they're still prevalent in other areas of the state.
We don't necessarily know what the future holds, but it might be several decades before we're back to sort of normal.
While earthquakes can be incredibly destructive, in one instance, the total impact uncovers a secret hidden for centuries.
Eso fue el descubrimiento de mi vida.
When the anniversary earthquake hit Mexico City on September 19, 2017, the 7.1 magnitude earthquake shook south central Mexico to its core. Hundreds were killed, and thousands injured as buildings collapsed across 3 states. In Morelos State, just south of Mexico City, one of Mexico's most important archaeological sites, the Teopanzolco Temple, was also hit by violent shaking. While nothing can minimize the death and destruction of the earthquake, the total impact opened a door in history that might otherwise have stayed closed forever.
Yo estaba aquí en la oficina y de repente a la 1:15 que empieza a temblar, se escuchaba como que un ruido de ruptura, de rodar piedras bajo la superficie. Fue terrible, terrible.
Living in an earthquake-prone area, the staff know it's vital to get out of the building.
Si se hubiera derrumbado el techo, pues ni salimos. Entonces todos salimos afuera y ahí ya continuaba el sismo y estuvimos espantados. Bueno, ¿y ahora qué pasó?
After Barbara and her colleagues make it out of the office, they receive upsetting news from their colleagues at the temple site.
Avisaron que se cayó una parte de la pirámide. Yo no pude creer.
Teopanzolco is one of the only surviving examples of Aztec twin-stair pyramids.
Teopanzolco sí es muy importante, aunque chiquito, pero importante.
As they inspect the site, they find extensive damage.
La sacudida que hubo debido al temblor causó que todo se reacomodó al interior de la pirámide. Sí resultó cierto que todo un dado que es parte del norte de la estructura esa piramidal se desprendió el muro, se salió todo el relleno y pues las grietas por todos lados. La pirámide se sumió 40 centímetros, entonces toda la pirámide ahora está enchuecada.
While investigating the extent of the damage, they make a frightening discovery.
Los pisos de los templos pues se sumieron. Me asusté porque fue terrible y además pues estuvimos haciendo pruebas brincando sobre ese piso así y se sentía hueco, pues se sentía todo muy inseguro arriba.
The site is closed to tourists, and a team of archaeologists from Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History are brought in. They use radar to scan the foundation and discover what looks like a hollow space under the temple.
De repente así parecía una esquina de algo a la profundidad de 1.5 metros. Se suponía está el núcleo sólido.
The crumbling walls are stabilized and they begin to dig. They uncover a secret room, 2 meters underneath the temple.
Pues fue una sorpresa muy grande, muy emocionante.
The 6 by 5 meter room has double facade walls made of well-cut elongated stones, stucco-covered pilaster, a bench, ceramics, and an incense burner. It's determined to be a temple to Tlaloc, understandably in the arid region, the god of rain.
Es un verdadero descubrimiento porque siempre se pensó que es esa construcción externa que corresponde a de 1450 de nuestra era y la construcción interna que era la subestructura que se pensaba era 1300, 1350 y ya.
Surprisingly, it's determined that the new inner temple was constructed up to 300 years earlier than the outer structure.
Se construyó en 1150, 1200 de nuestra era. Complicó un poco la cuestión histórica porque mucho tiempo se consideró que Teopanzolco fue construido como copia de lo que fue Templo Mayor, pero haciendo las investigaciones de temporalidad, pues nos dicen que Teopanzolco era mucho más temprano.
Out of the ruins and the tragedy of the earthquake, a piece of history is unearthed. And in the future, there may now be more to discover under the ancient temple site.
La arqueología abarca todo y sobre todo es una labor de detective de tratar de descifrar la historia a través de la cultura material. Pues yo creo que ese descubrimiento de ese templo fue descubrimiento de mi vida, pero pues fue muy trágico ese temblor.
Despite the damage to the temple, Teopanzolco has withstood the ravages of time in one of the most earthquake-prone regions of the world for at least 800 years. What is it that allows some structures to withstand the tremors of the earth while others crumble? Each earthquake gives an opportunity to understand their impact, and innovative engineering just might hold the answer to a safer future.
There are a lot of theories why those buildings perform well.
When earthquakes strike, their destructive impact on man-made structures can be deadly. But can old and new technology together save lives? Kit is an earthquake structural engineer and has spent more than 20 years working in earthquake-prone regions around the world.
The problem of the earthquake is so different from a hurricane or flood event. The reason is there is no warning. And there's aftershocks. And some of the cities get really damaged really bad, like on Haiti. Almost 200,000 buildings damaged or collapsed. They killed 300,000 people.
Kit understands that it's not typically earthquakes themselves that kill people, but their effects on man-made structures.
We have many, many older buildings, especially buildings built prior to 1970s. So basically what you see here is the second floor level, which collapsed into that. Many concrete structures, they're actually pretty dangerous buildings. Those things kill people.
When the ground moves underneath a building, it displaces the foundation and lower levels, sending shock waves through the structure. In tall buildings, this can create a terrifying sway. In many buildings, the structure is compromised and can collapse. Like the Aztecs' Teopanzolco temple in Mexico, though, not all structures collapse during an earthquake.
The Japanese pagodas, there are usually 5-level tower structures made of wood. And some were built over 400 years ago and withstood dozens of major earthquakes.
But how have structures hundreds of years old, built without modern building materials and techniques, managed to survive earthquakes while modern structures crumble?
There are a lot of theories why those buildings perform well. And one of the theory is this structure is made of the many flexible wood joints. And there's no nails or anything like that. So it's actually, structure itself is really flexible. And when it's moving around, the wood joints actually act as almost like what we call friction dampers. It's just sliding back and forth. That actually absorbs a lot of energy.
In the pagoda, the entire structure is also centered around a central pillar, the Shinbashira.
The whole buildings almost move like a snake. So that itself absorbs energy, very flexible structure. So that's one of the reasons why those buildings perform so well.
These ancient building techniques are similar to many of the techniques used to create earthquake resilience in buildings today.
But there are many different technologies out there to just make it better. Dampers are essentially kind of like a shock absorber in your car. Your car has a spring and a shock absorber. Just imagine if you take out the shock absorber just on the spring only, what kind of ride you're gonna get. What dampers do is reduce the movement. That makes a huge difference in performance.
A 6.8 magnitude earthquake strikes Taiwan. A construction crane on the 47th floor of a building collapses, killing 5 people. Miraculously, an inspection shows no structural damage to the building. But how? Built just 200 meters away from a major fault line, Taipei 101 was designed to withstand both typhoon winds and earthquakes.
How Taipei 11 works is they have what is called tuned mass damper. It's essentially really heavy ball suspended at the top level of this building. If the building moves this direction, this mass damper counterweights in a sense, so that absorbs the energy.
But not all construction requires such elaborate or expensive mitigation systems.
There's a myth out there saying seismic strengthening is too expensive. That's not true. Our study shows usually somewhere between 5% to 20% replacement, new construction, you can make the buildings good as brand new actually.
Adding the cost to new construction is even more cost effective.
Usually for dampers, adding maybe 0.5%, maybe maximum 2% to the construction cost, but that makes a huge difference in the performance. It's a really cost-effective and a very important thing to do.
As a rescuer who puts his life on the line after earthquakes strike, Fernando sees the importance of improved construction.
Porque hay que salvar la mayor cantidad de vidas y no ir a rescatar. Yo creo que aquí lo que importante es la prevención.
Earthquakes, powerful and unstoppable. Science is revealing that humans can even create them. And while the total impact of earthquakes is still being discovered, secrets from the past are being unearthed. And new and ancient techniques are being brought together to help stop the deadly effects of these earth-shattering events. Silent.
I didn't know that something bigger would happen.
Deadly.
The cost of living in paradise can be your life.
It's a good 15, 20 feet tall.
Inescapable walls of water.
The water just rose suddenly like somebody had pushed the center down. People were screaming.
Tsunamis carry with them literal waves of destruction and death.
Once a tsunami reaches land, then all bets are off.
Most ravage the Pacific Ocean, but science is revealing they can occur anywhere and can combine elements to form rare and terrifying results. Incredibly, there are now methods we can use to reduce tsunamis' destructive powers, but there is still no way to stop them.
There is not a single coastline around the world where it is immune to tsunamis.
Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It hits like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
A volcano erupts off the coast of Indonesia, but it's nothing new in this part of the world.
West Java, for me, is all about its volcanoes. I've been seeing the volcano erupting many times before.
Indonesia, an archipelago of more than 17,000 islands, is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world.
I'm from North Norway, but I've been living in Indonesia for around 15 years. It's a special place. There's many volcanoes all around West Java, and the Krakatau volcano, it's my favorite one.
In December 2018, Øystein brings his family to the coast for a weekend vacation.
We arrived by car early midday and went straight down to the beach. I really wanted to show my family the volcano.
The Krakatoa archipelago is a series of small, uninhabited volcanic islands. Volcanic islands are formed as lava deep beneath the earth breaks the surface of the water. The largest island, Krakatoa, erupted in 1883, destroying 70% of the island and the archipelago.
Some people have described it as the biggest bang heard in recorded history. The waves from that eruption, the tsunami waves, were being recorded in England for about a week after the eruption. It basically set up the entire surface of the world's oceans into motion doing this for a week. It killed close to 36,000 people.
Anak Krakatoa, or Child of Krakatoa, only emerged as a small volcanic island in 1927. Periodic eruptions have continued ever since, resulting in an average growth of almost 7 meters per year. And on a December afternoon in 2018, seeing the volcano erupt is nothing new to Oyston.
Krakatoa had been erupting for around 6 months in the same way, and it looked like it was just an ordinary weekend.
But through the afternoon, Anak Krakatoa seems to wake anew. Between noon and 6 p.m., there are 423 small eruptions, damaging local seismographic equipment. A level 2 danger warning is issued, telling people not to conduct activities within 2 kilometers of the volcano. While Oyston photographs Anak's spectacular eruptions, further along the coast, the Tanjung Lesung Resort is preparing for a big night. A private company is holding a party, and Indonesian pop band 17 is set to perform.
Aku sampai di Tanjung Lesung itu di jam 3 sore. Jadi itu pertama kalinya aku ke Tanjung Lesung. Aku suka di situ ya karena memang itu daerah wisata dengan pemandangan pantai yang bagus.
The organizers arranged for the stage to be set up on the beach. With high water levels from recent rains, a full moon rising, and clear skies, it's a beautiful and dramatic backdrop for the performance. Oyston, too, is enjoying the beautiful night.
It was a spectacular scene because the weather and the clarity was very good. After it got darker, you could see the red color of the lava being thrown to such heights that it ended up in the sea. I took a break around 7, and while eating dinner with my family, I would still hear the noise from the volcano in the background.
Sekitar jam 7 malam, jadi kami sudah mulai ngontrol, cek, memastikan bahwa semuanya berjalan dengan baik. Saya bertemu dengan tim entertainment yaitu 17. Saya berbincang-bincang dengan vokalisnya, Mas Ivan, dan mereka langsung siap-siap untuk perform.
Ivan's wife, actress and aspiring political candidate Dilan, is there to watch her husband perform.
Jadi 2011 kenal Dilan, 5 tahun kemudian kita nikah. Dia panggil aku true love-nya, cinta sejati. Jadi suasana di sana seru banget. Ada sekitar 250 sampai 300 orang. Cuma memang cuaca di situ memang agak aneh sih. Harusnya windy banget gitu. Banyak angin di mana-mana. Tapi itu benar-benar nggak ada angin. Jadi itu berasa kayak di sebuah ruangan yang kosong. Yang nggak ada ventilasinya, nggak ada celah udaranya. Aku ngomong ke road manajerku, ini aneh banget. Kok bisa di pantai nggak ada angin gitu.
Despite his concerns, Ivan takes to the stage. After dinner, Oyston heads back to the water. It's the perfect opportunity to capture some pictures of Anak Krakatoa as it lights up the night sky. But something is amiss.
I first noticed something strange, and I saw that there was no eruption anymore. And that in itself is not very weird, because sometimes volcanoes erupt and sometimes they stop. That's normal. but I could not see any glow from the lava. And my photos just showed like a black cloud over the volcano. Meanwhile, all the sky above it was clear. This was something I have never seen before. Suddenly I saw in the front of me that the sea was like coming up. I could see like it was like a wave or something coming towards me. And I thought, what is this? And then within like a second, I just knew that this wave is going to hit me if I don't run. So I grabbed the tripod and I just started to run inland.
Unbeknownst to Oyston, Anak Krakatoa had erupted. It blows off the southwest side of the volcano. Over 64 hectares of land is sent hurtling into the ocean. The collapse triggers a tsunami. The eruption lasts for more than 2 minutes, producing an ash cloud 400 meters high. The volcano shrinks from 338 meters to just 110 meters.
Typically, earthquakes cause tsunamis because earthquakes cause the seafloor to move up or down. This motion of the seafloor gets transferred on the water surface, so a water wave is formed. This was a very, very different tsunami because apart as the volcano blew up, it triggered a flank collapse, which means a part of the volcano was actually pushed into the sea. Think of 200 football fields filled to about 300 feet high, a force equivalent to about 250,000 tons hitting the ocean in a fairly small area. That's generating a huge tsunami locally.
When a tsunami reaches the shoreline, the energy throughout the water column needs somewhere to go. This can translate into tall waves that can travel far inland.
The tsunami generated by the 22 December 2018 eruption of Krakatoa was huge. It reached about 150-foot height elevation, making it the largest tsunami that we know in recent times, generated by landslide.
Authorities in Indonesia detect the tsunami, but it's already too late for a warning. At Tanjung Lesung, the audience is enjoying the concert when the wave slams into the stage from behind. No one is expecting it. The band is swept away, and the wave plunges into the audience.
Teman-teman 17, saudara aku di 17 itu masuk ke tengah, terus tiba-tiba kayak dipukul kepala. Dung! Terus aku black out, pingsan.
As the tsunami wave from the Anak Krakatoa eruption hits the coast, Indonesian pop singer Ivan is knocked unconscious and dragged into the ocean.
Jadi akhirnya aku bangun, karena aku harus nafas ya. Bangun lagi, terus ada beberapa kayu dan besi yang memang menghantam kepala aku gitu. Tuk, 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 gitu, karena itu banyak sekali barang. Sampai akhirnya aku bisa berenang ke permukaan. Tarik nafas yang dalam. Orang-orang di situ teriak tsunami. Jadi aku pikir ini kiamat atau mimpi nih gitu.
Whitty is in the resort when he hears the commotion. There is no time to react.
Tahu-tahu ombak air laut itu sudah menabrak ruang meeting yang kira-kira tinggi air itu sekitar di atas 3 meter. Langsung lari ke arah pintu keluar. Saya mencoba lari keluar, refleks, tapi saya sudah tidak bisa lari. Saya kena terjangan ombak tsunami itu.
It's extremely difficult to survive a tsunami flood. This is why it's extremely important never to hesitate for even a few seconds to evacuate. If you recognize that a tsunami is about to happen, or if you hear a tsunami warning, evacuate immediately.
So after I ran inland and I saw the first wave of the tsunami, I were able to outrun it. And I was standing and just thinking, like, what was this? I immediately thought about my family, and then I could hear the sound of the ocean disappearing, and I knew that, well, something more is coming.
Tsunamis are rarely one wave. Tsunamis are usually a train of waves, and the second or the third wave are larger in the tsunami wave train.
While Oyston rushes to his family, Whitty is caught in the first wave.
Saya ke bawah ombak kurang lebih 20 meter. Saya terselamatkan di belakang ruang meeting itu ada pohon besar. Saya pegang pohon. Ketika saya sadar di bawah pohon itu, semua lampu, electricity semua mati. Jadi kondisi gelap, tapi yang ada memang orang-orang minta tolong untuk dibantu. Jadi saya hanya berdoa supaya semuanya diselamatkan.
No one knows yet the magnitude of the disaster, but if it's anything like the Boxing Day tsunami of 2004, the fallout will be catastrophic. A 9.1 magnitude earthquake struck 240 kilometers off the coast of Indonesia. The ocean floor fractured.
A piece of land the size of California, close to about 800 miles long, moved up about 60 feet. That triggered a huge motion in the ocean.
The earthquake wasn't felt on land, and with no warning systems in place, people remained on the coasts, oblivious to the danger. 15 minutes later, the tsunami slammed into coastal Indonesia, waves as high as 30 meters. For over 7 hours, it surged into 14 different countries, flooding cities and wiping out entire villages. The energy released by the earthquake and tsunami was equivalent to over 1,500 times that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb.
The 2004 Boxing Day tsunami was unfortunately the deadliest tsunami we know of. It killed over 250,000 people. It was an international disaster. People from over 50 different countries in the world died in the Indian Ocean tsunami.
No country was hit harder than Indonesia. 170,000 people perished in the province of Aceh alone.
I think the biggest lesson that we've learned in the 2004 tsunami was to be prepared.
Following the 2004 tsunami, a detection system known as DART became fully operational across the Pacific. It employs a pressure recorder anchored to the seafloor and a surface buoy receiver transmitter.
As the tsunami passes by, a transducer sitting on the seafloor senses the change in pressure, sends a signal to the buoy, and then the buoy sends a signal to a satellite. And these buoys, first of all, confirm that the tsunami was generated, and second, tell us how big the tsunami wave is.
The DART system can provide enough of an early warning for tsunami events that initiate far offshore. But for those that occur very close to land, it's far less effective.
Right now, the best we can do for tsunamis that happen just offshore is 10 to 20 minutes. That's not good enough. In some cases, tsunamis arrive on the target coastline in less than 10 minutes. We really need to get down to reducing the warning time to 5 minutes or less.
Anak Krakatoa is only 48 kilometers from the Tanjung resort on the Indonesian coast. When it erupts and collapses to create the tsunami of 2018, there is just no time for an early warning. Exactly 14 years after the Boxing Day tsunami, it's happening all over again. As the first wave retreats, Oyston makes it to his family.
I got into the room where my wife and kid were staying. I woke them up, and at this particular moment, the second wave that was larger than the first wave crashed into the hotel. The hotel was shaking, and you could hear that the water was flowing around it. And I looked out the window, and I could see that the wave had gone around the hotel. So it was quite a scary experience. I was just thinking was that I need to get my family and myself into safety.
As the threat of another wave looms, Ifan has already been swept out into the sea.
Itu jauh banget daratannya, udah jauh banget. Akhirnya aku dikumpulin sama mungkin sekitar 80-100 orang yang selagi panik dan saling tarik-menarik antara satu sama lain.
Their chances for survival are slim. At 30 centimeters, the force of moving water makes it difficult to walk. By 50 centimeters, even cars begin to float, but it's still possible to navigate through the water. But as water rises towards 70 centimeters, the chance of dying in a tsunami jumps to over 70%. The critical height factor, the knees. By 1 meter, the chance of dying is essentially 100%.
Once you get carried by the tsunami, it's extremely difficult to survive it. Tsunamis carry a lot of debris. It's like being in a concrete mixer with, nails and, 2x4s and piece of wood and stones. You'd get tumbled. And contrary to what most people think, people don't die from tsunamis because they drown. People die because of tsunamis because of puncture wounds, because they get thrown into hard surfaces, or they get hit by objects. Once the tsunami reaches land, then all bets are off. You don't have a chance.
For Ifan, that means fighting staggering odds.
Ada yang nyolok mataku gitu, ada yang ngejambak, ada yang nyekek gitu. Karena mereka pun coba buat survive dengan cara yang menarik siapapun yang timbul gitu. Karena nggak semua orang bisa berenang, apalagi di tengah laut. Dan nggak semua orang nggak panik.
Ifan sees a table floating amongst the debris. It's a glimmer of hope. If he can just stay afloat.
Aku coba bertahan di meja itu. Satu orang lagi datang, terus kita bertiga bertahan di meja itu tenggelam. Akhirnya tenggelam lagi, di situ sebenarnya nafasku udah habis, nafas dan tenagaku udah habis sih sebenarnya di situ.
As the water recedes from the second wave, Whitty climbs down from the tree. The possibility of yet another wave means he must act quickly.
Menyampaikan semua tamu karyawan yang ada di sekitar itu, saya minta tolong supaya dievakuasi semua tamu ke Cikadu namanya. Itu dataran lebih tinggi, tapi jarak cukup jauh, kurang lebih 5 kilo dari kita. Banyak sekali warga di situ kumpul, tapi mereka memang juga kondisi panik, bingung, karena tidak ada tanda-tanda, tidak ada peringatan, tidak ada sesuatu yang memang kejadian gempa tidak ada.
Tsunamis evolve so fast. They move way faster than hurricanes or tornadoes. So they come out of nowhere. A lot of people are caught completely unaware of what is happening. It's like a silent killer.
And for Ifan, it's a fight for survival.
Instingku sebagai manusia memang membuatku bertahan gitu. Karena aku juga bisa berenang, jadi aku coba berenang gitu.
Ifan comes across a black box floating in the ocean. It's a case for the band's lighting equipment. He grabs it and holds on for dear life.
Banyak mayat yang nyenggol-nyenggol badan. Banyak.
After the second wave retreats, Oyston and his family take their shot and run for the forest.
The only thing in my mind was to get onto higher ground. People were scared because we were wading through water, and some people had fell and had problems getting over the roads. It was a difficult position to be in, of course, especially since you're traveling with kids. When we arrived uphill, maybe around like 50-100 meters above sea level, we tried to make a more calm setting for my 4-year-old son. And we were lucky because the people, the locals up there were very friendly, and we felt safe.
As the villagers open their homes to the evacuees, after clinging to the box for more than 2 hours, Ifan miraculously reaches the beach. He arrives to utter desolation.
Kondisinya di pinggir pantai waktu itu sepi ya, karena orang yang hidup semuanya berlari ke arah gunung, takut tsunami susulan. Jadi di pantai itu mungkin cuma ada 3 orang. Aku ingat cuma ada 3 orang. 3 orang security yang megang center di antara ratusan mayat sepi. Tapi aku dijemput sama security 1 orang, terus aku dipapah gitu, dibawa ke pos satpam security, terus aku dikasih minum. Di situ sempat pingsan, terus sempat muntah air laut sama pasir, sampai akhirnya aku dibawa ke klinik.
When Ifan regains consciousness, he has one thing on his mind. How are his family and friends?
Itu keajaiban buat aku masih hidup. Jadi apakah aku berdoa sih mereka semua masih hidup, tapi apakah mereka mendapatkan keajaiban yang sama aku, mendapatkan keberuntungan sama. Makanya aku kayak, ya Allah, kayaknya nih aku cuma sendiri nih yang masih hidup.
Morning breaks on the island of Java, Indonesia, following the shocking tsunami the evening before. As Anak Krakatoa continues to erupt, daylight reveals the destruction along the coast. Eko owns a petting zoo and paintball center and was far inland when the tsunami struck. He had no idea what was happening until a friend texted him early the next morning. Having experienced the 2004 tsunami, he's shocked to hear it's happening again.
Pikiran pertama saya adalah tidak percaya bahwa karena memang early warning system atau peringatan dini tentang tsunami itu tadinya nggak ada informasi itu.
Eko and 4 of his employees join other rescuers at Tanjung Lesung and immediately get to work.
Di situ kita lakukan pencarian, ada beberapa jenazah memang yang berada di pinggir-pinggir pantai.
It's a terrible indication of the body count that will come. After miraculously surviving the tsunami, Ifan posts a heartbreaking video to his Instagram followers.
Kita kehilangan bas kita, ban, sama harus menuju kita yang mana. Andi sama Oki harus menuju kita Oki. Andi sama Herman sama Ujang belum ketemu doanya. Doanya belum dari saya pasti ketemu.
It wasn't until in the afternoon that I dared to go back to the hotel alone to check our stuff and the car. My first impression when I arrived down at the coast was that a lot of infrastructure had been damaged, especially locals' houses and the boats. Cars were washed off the road. There was quite a lot of destruction, more than I actually had expected.
With his guests and staff safe, Whitty returns to the hotel to survey the damage.
Pada saat saya lihat hotel yang sudah begitu rusak parah itu, memang saya terus terang juga cukup shock ya. Jadi dampaknya itu seperti itu masih kelihatan, masih terlihat bahwa begitu dahsyatnya gelombang laut itu sampai bisa membawa material yang cukup besar seperti batu karang itu semua masuk ke daratan.
Both Whitty and Oyston recognize how fortunate they are.
Sampai saat ini.
Tragically, not everyone is so lucky.
Rasaku bertahan di sini.
For Ifan, 2 days of searching yield devastating results. All 3 of his bandmates and their manager have been found dead. His wife Dilan is still missing. He refuses to lose hope, but by the 3rd day of searching, the heartbreak deepens.
Jadi aku keep on searching selama 3 hari sampai akhirnya ketemu jenazah istri itu di rumah sakit. Sebenarnya itu momen yang sangat susah ya pada saat aku coba buat memahami keadaan di mana aku harus kehilangan teman-temanku dan juga istriku.
After days of searching, there are no more survivors. The only job is recovering bodies. Eiko and other volunteers continue to search through the rubble. When Eiko sees something strange, a huge sea turtle buried in the rubble, and it's still alive.
Saya tergerak. Ini penyu harus kembali nih, karena penyu itu adalah hewan yang dilindungi. Tetapi pada saat saya mau angkat penyu, tiba-tiba tim saya atau kru saya ada yang teriak, Mas, di sini ada penyu lagi. Nah ternyata daerah situ makin lama kita cari makin banyak penyu-penyu yang terjebak.
Washed far inland by the unexpected tsunami, the turtles are helpless amongst the rubble, facing certain death.
Saya nggak bisa membayangkan tuh kalau nggak ada yang menyelamatkan. Udah pasti mati aja. Karena dari segi posisi, dari segi berat tubuh ukuran, itu dia nggak akan bisa pindah kalau nggak dipindahkan atau dibantu oleh manusia atau orang.
Amongst the death and destruction, Eiko is determined to get the turtles back to the sea. He rallies his friends from the paintball center to help save the turtles.
Waktu saya angkat pun dia kakinya tuh masih terus mengepak-ngepak gitu, bergerak-gerak. Nah, saya coba bawa ke bibir pantai, dia begitu semangatnya untuk menuju ke laut. Wah, itu luar biasa tuh bagi saya tuh.
It's a ray of light for Eiko and his friends amongst the devastation.
Itu total sekitar 30 ekor yang berhasil kita pindahkan ke habitatnya.
More than a year after the tsunami, signs still remain, reminders of the power of nature.
Yeah, you feel quite small, and you always try to think, what can you do more? Because of course it was very scary. But then you realize that, well, you can do a lot of things, but you can never be 100% because, nature is unpredictable.
Banyak orang yang membuang-buang waktunya gitu. Banyak banget deh. Banyak banget. Kematian itu bisa datang kapanpun. Jadi itu yang gue pelajari.
For many, tsunamis are an all too real part of life. And for those who see the threat of tsunamis as a world away, there are strange phenomena scientists are just recently beginning to comprehend that can bring tsunamis right into your own backyard.
Unfortunately, there is not a single coastline around the world where it is immune to tsunamis.
A 3-meter swell of water suddenly overwhelms a pier in Montrose, Chicago. 8 people are swept to their deaths. Marvin was just 23 years old at the time.
I invited my father, his father, and a few of the neighbors to go out fishing. We were fishing, and just suddenly, I felt the boat move a little bit. I looked ashore, and the people that had been fishing off the sides are no longer there. They're in the water. The lake had come up probably 4 or 5 feet, just suddenly. People were screaming. You could hear people who were crying out, you know, they're terrified. But the water just rose suddenly like somebody had pushed the center down, allowing the sides to come up.
But the wave wasn't preceded by earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. In fact, the Great Lakes are fairly inactive geologically. Yet there's clear evidence that a tsunami-like wave did sweep on shore in 1954. But what could possibly have created a tsunami in an inland lake?
When we think of tsunamis, we generally think of seismic tsunamis. These are tsunamis that are created by an earthquake in the middle of the seafloor. When that earthquake happens, it displaces the water above it. That creates a wave or a series of waves that then propagate away from that source towards the coastline. Meteotsunamis, or meteorological tsunamis, are different. They're created by an atmospheric disturbance. The easiest way to think about this is to picture a thunderstorm or a squall line. As the storm goes across the surface of the water, if it's moving at just the right speed, it can efficiently transfer its energy from the atmosphere into the water and create a meteotsunami wave. Because of their origin, most of them are quite small, but with intense storms, they can grow quite large. In fact, we've measured meteotsunamis up to 3 meters in the Great Lakes.
The resultant waves can travel for kilometers, crash over barriers, and sweep inland with surprising force. Marvin Katz survived, but there were others who were not so lucky.
We saw a man floating out towards us, and he would go down, and he'd pop back up again, and he was still probably some distance from us, so we were able to haul anchor. I started the engine, and I was able to get the boat close to him, and fortunately, we were able to pluck him out of the water and get him on our boat. We were able to get to shore. There were about 8 people who died that day. Drowned, yeah.
These mysterious killer waves have been recorded around the world.
All the US coastlines, in the Mediterranean and Adriatic Seas, in Australia, South China Sea, basically everywhere we look.
In the Great Lakes, there are about 100 every year. Though most are under 30 centimeters high, 1 in every 10 years is as devastating as the 1954 event. What the future holds for meteotsunamis is uncertain.
It's hard to say how climate change will affect meteotsunamis. More intense storms would bring higher wave heights. More frequent storms would bring more frequent meteotsunamis. Maybe the most critical piece is timing. Right now in the Great Lakes, peak meteotsunami timing seems to be about April to May. The peak recreational use, or beach-going time, is roughly June, July, and August. If we were to see warmer water temperatures that led to beachgoers coming earlier in the season, we might see an overlap between these 2 seasons, and that could increase the risk.
Predicting when and where these unstoppable waves will strike is an evolving science. But there are unique warning signs that must be heeded, especially when it comes to a rare tsunami that is probably the most terrifying.
So some people call this a fire tsunami.
In 1993, residents of a small island off the coast of Japan were shaken to their core by an unexpected natural disaster. A tsunami and a fire rolled together in one. Okushiri is normally a small slice of heaven off the coast of Japan. Local wine, fresh abalone, a relaxing hot spring, and blue waters. But this piece of heaven lies along the seismically active Ring of Fire. And on the night in question, an earthquake erupted.
A magnitude 7.8 stakes struck in the sea of northern Japan, close to Okushiri Island. About 4 minutes after the earthquake, first tsunami wave hit the island.
That's when something even more unbelievable happened.
As the first tsunami wave partially came around the harbor, 5 fishing boats spontaneously burst into flames almost at the same time.
But that was just the beginning. A second tsunami wave pushed the boats to shore, spreading the fire into the city. The resulting inferno destroyed the town, taking 198 lives with it.
A lot of people used to think that because a tsunami is essentially a huge flood that comes in, you cannot have fires. In Okushiri, it not only flooded the town, but it caused a lot of fires. More than half of the town burned down. And this was an eye-opener because we didn't used to associate tsunamis with fires. So some people call this a fire tsunami.
But what had really happened? How could 5 fishing boats separately and spontaneously burst into flames just as the tsunami was entering the harbor? Eyewitnesses described foaming and bubbling water in the minutes before the fires flared up. This was a key warning sign sparking Yuji Enomoto's theory that begins further off the coast. He believed that methane trapped under the sea floor was released by the quake.
Methane-bearing bubbles were then carried seashore by tsunami in this way and ignited due to electrostatic charges generated when the bubbles hit the harbor shore.
Yuji conducted a lab experiment using seawater saturated with methane. He wanted to test if certain conditions could generate enough of an electrostatic charge to ignite the gas.
And we found that they did, and the methane would catch fire.
Methane trapped under bodies of water is a well-known phenomenon around the world. Unfortunately, for the residents of Okushiri Island, the seafloor methane, the location of the earthquake, and the characteristics of the harbor all combined to form the perfect conditions for a fire tsunami.
You had really the world's worst, soup of tsunami debris, fuel, propane tanks that were not secured on the ground, and you had these fires that burned for hours and hours after the earthquake.
But Okushiri wasn't an isolated incident of a fire tsunami. A single earthquake off the coast of Japan in 2011 resulted in numerous fire tsunamis along the coast.
In the city of Kesennuma, the city burned, for at least 12 hours after the tsunami struck.
Though it's not entirely certain what started the Kesennuma fire, the tsunami destroyed much in its path, including a tank leaking heavy oil. Gases and fuels mixing in the turbulent water could easily have triggered the explosions and extensive fires.
Tsunami fires, based on what we've seen in the last 50 years or so, happen once every 20 years. And because they're so deadly, we really need to be ready for them.
Though fire tsunamis are rare, that could change.
Global warming could increase methane emission from the ocean floor. There are significant quantity of methane buried in coastal regions around the world. So theoretically, a tsunami in any region of the world could trigger a tsunami in this fire.
It's an amazing sight to see a flood, and at the same time that you see the flood, to see everything burning. Makes no sense, but it happens.
Can anything stop the cataclysmic effects of tsunamis rushing over the land and taking everything in their paths? Will modern technology save us, or could nature hold the answers? Tsunamis, Meteotsunamis, fire tsunamis. The effects can be devastating, but is there anything that can be done to stop them or mitigate their deadly effects? In the Hambantota district of southern Sri Lanka, in the aftermath of the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami, some 6,000 people were killed. Seaside villages like Wandarupa were virtually wiped out. Entire homes swept away like matchsticks, families still inside. Fishing boats were destroyed, livelihoods gone. Nothing in the path of the tsunami stood a chance. But just 30 kilometers west, in the seaside village of Kapuanwala, only 2 people died in the tsunami. How could there have been such a vast difference between Kapuanwala and other coastal towns and villages? The answer appeared to be along the shoreline.
There were evidences that people who live behind mangroves are affected less than those who are in the open coastal areas.
Typically characterized by their elaborate root systems, there are some 55 species of true mangroves found in coastal waters around the world.
mangrove grow in a very strange environment between saline or salty water and fresh water. But they managed to survive, even flourish there.
It turns out that prior to the 2011 tsunami, Kapuanwala had one of the healthiest and most abundant mangrove ecosystems in Sri Lanka. Many other coastal areas, including Wandarupa, had destroyed much of their mangrove forests for prawn farms, resorts, and other development. Researchers believe the decision to cut down the mangroves was ultimately the difference between life and death.
Mangroves can be incredibly effective to slow down small tsunamis.
In Kapuanwala, the intertwined root system of the mangroves had acted as a natural barrier to waves coming inland, not stopping, but reducing the effects of storm surge and flooding. Villagers could hear the waves hit the mangroves, slowing them down and giving residents time to run inland. Researchers have shown that a 100-meter belt of dense mangrove forest could reduce the energy of a tsunami by as much as 90%. Following the eruption of Anak Krakatoa and tsunami of 2018 in Indonesia, Widi, the manager of the Tanjung Lesung Resort, realized firsthand the benefit of trees to protect the shoreline.
Saya ke bawah ombak kurang lebih 20 meter. Saya terselamatkan di belakang ruang meeting itu ada pohon besar. Jadi yang kami lakukan saat ini beserta teman-teman, tolong kita harus banyak menanam pohon supaya ini juga membantu kita. Hampir di garis pantai yang kena dampak kemarin, itu kami sudah tanam beberapa jenis pohon yang memang tingkat ketahanan terhadap tekanan air laut itu kuat. Secara penataan bangunan, pemahaman soal evakuasi, petunjuk-petunjuk arah, petunjuk untuk evakuasi, penanaman pohon-pohon. Karena kami lihat ternyata kejadian seperti tsunami yang begitu dahsyat, itu ternyata yang bisa menyelamatkan salah satunya juga alam.
Unfortunately, the mangrove ecosystem is one of the most threatened and quickly disappearing in the world.
Most of mangroves are here in Indonesia. But like in many other places, mangrove has been lost for about almost 50% in the last 40 years. So this remaining mangrove in Indonesia is about 3 million hectares. It's really very precious to conserve, and the remaining need to be restored.
Today, organizations around the world are working on the important task of planting millions of new mangroves along vulnerable coastlines. As was seen in Hambantota, natural ecosystems throughout the world can help to protect against extreme weather events and natural disasters. But when they're destroyed, we do so at our own peril. Sinkholes. Sudden.
Oh, it was a total disaster zone. It looked like a bomb went off.
Terrifying.
This building's coming down.
Deadly.
We lost everything.
When the earth opens, it can swallow cars, homes, even people.
All of a sudden, everything just went out like that.
Yet history reveals a side to the abyss we can't live without.
There is nothing to compare to the beauty of the Cenotes in the Yucatan.
And as science unlocks a geological imperative, are humans to blame for a growing disaster? Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It hits like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
Below the Earth's surface, something sinister stirs. a monster lies in wait. A gaping hole growing under a hotel. But as guests come and go, no one is aware that it's about to rear its destructive, deadly head. Sisters Faith and Deborah, along with Faith's two sons, Grant and Liam, arrive in Florida for vacation. But things are a little off when they return to their favorite hotel.
The elevator was not working. And it was like there was a day it would work and then a couple of days where it wouldn't. And there was some cracking in the columns. It was a little inconvenient.
The sisters are unaware that these small inconveniences are actually clues. Warning signs to an impending disaster. For the family, the trip is a treat before the boys head back to school in the fall.
We had been to Florida several times and at this resort, so we knew the resort and we were there having a great time.
With more than a dozen theme parks, Orlando, Florida is one of the top tourist destinations in the world. Their resort is nearby in Claremont. With free shuttle service to the surrounding theme parks, it's the perfect place to relax and have fun. After 3 days at the parks, they decide to spend a day back at the resort. Put their feet up and unwind. But their relaxing is about to take a shocking turn.
I was taking a bath and the tub moved and the water splashed and Faith's yelling at me to get out of the tub. That's when I realized something was terribly wrong.
I heard a boom. It sounded like a twisting sound. So I immediately ran over and called the front and said, "Did we just have an earthquake?" And the person laughed at me and said, "We don't have those here. You can go back to bed."
While Floridians are familiar with tropical storms and hurricanes, the state lies nowhere near a tectonic plate. In fact, Florida is tied with North Dakota for having the fewest earthquakes in the nation. But Faith is certain something is wrong.
I ran to the front door and opened the front door, and I could see that our walkway was splitting from the rest of the building. I called back down and I said, "You may have told me to go back to bed, but this building's coming down."
Faith and Deborah have no idea they've checked into a hotel atop a terrifying geological phenomenon that's causing devastation around the planet. A giant sinkhole.
The Florida geology is made up of limestone, primarily carbonate rock, which has a lot of perforations. It's almost like Rice Krispie. And so water flows freely through that, which makes it a very good aquifer. While the aquifer itself is a good source of drinking water, that whole geology causes some instability in the ground. When the water gets pushed through the rocks into this aquifer, it takes material with it, causing cavities to form on top. And those cavities grow eventually to become sinkholes.
The hotel creaks and groans as a dark void grows below, increasing in size until it's ready to swallow the hotel and everyone inside.
The feeling and the noise was definitely something that was not natural. The kids were starting to panic.
It was very scary. We saw that the walkway was coming away from the side of our building. I was lucky enough to grab keys in my wallet and we were out. As we were going down the stairs, we're hollering, "You need to get out, you need to get out, the building's coming down." I mean, we were running for our lives, literally.
Once the family escapes the building, Faith runs for help.
I had started my shift at 11 o'clock, and I was on a golf cart doing my checks. And as I passed this building, a woman come running out of the building and told me that they had a problem in the building.
I ran for the security guard that was coming by on the golf cart. And I said, you need to come with me. This building's coming down. He kind of looked at me like I was crazy. And I literally pulled him off the golf cart and made him stand and listen and hear everything.
I could hear popping and cracking of the building. It sounded like gunshots. All I see is the building collapsing.
Despite the danger, Richard races inside to alert the guests.
I had started knocking on doors and trying to get people up and wake them up to get them out of the buildings. One room that I went to, there was a lady in there that had a baby in a crib, and I banged on the door. I told her, ma'am, you got to get out. No sooner did she pick that child up out of the crib, the back wall collapsed of her room. She just started screaming. I said, ma'am, please calm down. It'll be okay, but we need to get you out of here. The building, it was twisting almost like a licorice stick.
It sounded like almost a bomb went off because everything was exploding.
It was tilting, and then finally just broke off. It was collapsing. It was just amazing. It was like someone had just broken off a part of it and thrown it off to the side. I'm amazed that everyone made it out.
I think we were all in shock. And I remember going over and sitting on the curb with my hands on my head, and I'm sitting there wondering, what the heck just happened?
Within 45 minutes of the first cracking sounds, much of the 3-story building has collapsed into an 18-meter wide and almost 5-meter deep sinkhole. The extreme speed of the collapse points to a particularly dangerous type of sinkhole.
A cover collapse sinkhole is where the soil above the limestone forms an arch and prevents the visible signs on the surface. As the cavity grows, the arch collapses suddenly. The cover collapse sinkhole is the most dangerous type of sinkhole because it opens up dramatically and does not give much of a warning.
I was thanking God we were out. When we looked up, you could look right into our unit and see the room my sons were staying in.
The only thing that was left of that building was a stairwell and the rooms on the very outside edge of that building.
More than 100 guests escaped to safety, including Deborah, Faith, and the boys. But how did the structure manage to stay standing so long with the cavernous hole lurking beneath it?
Because of the way the structure was built, possible that the concrete slabs and so on gave you some time by bridging the sinkhole that was already there so that you had some time before the entire system started to collapse.
We lost everything.
We left with the most important things we came with.
Yes, our lives. You never think it's going to happen to you.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but still, I look around at everything when I go somewhere.
Faith has good reason to be concerned. Below Florida's idyllic landscape is a ticking time bomb. It's being called Sinkhole Alley.
Normally, you don't see the front sides of houses just all of a sudden, split up and go into the ground.
Faith and Deborah may have cheated death when their hotel crashed into a sinkhole. but their experience isn't entirely uncommon. Sinkholes are a terrifying worldwide phenomenon. And in Florida, they're happening with frightening regularity.
Just like any other day, it's about 7 o'clock. I'm starting to move out, and I go to put the keys in the truck, and something just doesn't look normal. So I glance to my left at the house across the street, and then immediately you know something's wrong.
That morning I woke up like any other morning, and I got an alert on my agency phone that said a crew was going out to the sinkhole, so that's not an uncommon alert to get. I went about my morning, and my phone kept alerting. After about the 5th alert, I saw the list of units that were going to a sinkhole call, which is usually just a 1-unit response. There was about 3 or 4 different engines going to this sinkhole alert.
As Sean heads out, Terrence has a front row seat to a shocking scene.
I'm looking at the house and I'm hearing noises, and the front left side of the house is no longer there. I kind of had an idea of what it might be, that this is most likely a sinkhole. We're in the wet season in July. We have a lot of rain, but normally, you don't see the front sides of houses just all of a sudden split up and go into the ground.
Heavy rains and hurricane season in Florida begin around June 1st, and their landfall is often tied with the sudden appearance of sinkholes.
Sinkholes happen more when you get more rainfall and you get more pressure of water from the surface, or if you have drought or very little rain, or if you pump the water away from that area where there's water. Those can open up cavities as well.
I ran back inside and asked my wife, I said, hey, you need to get out here. I said, I think Steve and Bonnie's house is going down. 911's been called, so you're starting to hear the fire trucks arrive.
When we got there, it was actively growing, and it was very loud. The earth falling into that hole and making loud splashes, the water bubbling up from the earth, making a lot of noise, almost like the water was boiling.
A wake would flow to the left, and then it would flow to the right, and it would take, every time it kind of moves back, it would take a little bit more of the land.
The interaction of water all around it was extremely dramatic, which means that it was moving, fluctuating, and had a lot of seasonal variations, which caused underground cavities to open up quite quickly.
The home starts dropping more and more and more. Start seeing it to approach the front door, and that goes down. At the same time, it's moving to the house at the left.
It was very shocking. Once we realized that hole was growing, we started to clear the roads. I've never been on an active sinkhole where it was still actively growing.
The fire department was familiar with sinkholes, but they'd never seen one swallow a house. And just 80 kilometers to the west, a hotel had collapsed into a sinkhole only a couple of years earlier. What on earth was happening? It turns out, Florida is ground zero for sinkholes in the US, and the region even has a name: Sinkhole Alley.
Sinkhole Alley is a known cluster of sinkholes that is in the central Florida area. Ando Lakes is an area where there is a lake and connects to other cave structures underground. And then we had developed some housing on top of that. That area underground has a large number of cavities already documented. And they were extremely worried that those would all grow to either connect with each other or to reach the lake and the entire area, which would completely disappear.
The area becomes too dangerous, and residents are evacuated.
Then the sheriff and the emergency responders give us about 5 to 7 minutes to gather what we can and evacuate our home. And as we're doing this, the sinkhole's still moving and expanding. At that moment, you're in disbelief. The house that we just fixed up, that we love, our little dream home on the lake, doesn't look like it's going to be there in a few hours. I was extremely worried. The creaking, the splashing, and all that stuff is now elevated to full-blown, almost demolition of a house. You could almost picture equipment in there knocking things down.
As the house was sinking into the sinkhole, large parts of it were concrete, but the wood structure of the roof and a lot of their personal belongings were actually just floating on top of the water. Sofas and papers and bills, and there was a boat in the yard on a trailer. That whole thing sunk. We couldn't go in there and get any of that stuff because the hole was too turbulent and that hole was still growing. Watching their entire life just go into a hole in the earth, there's nothing you can do. We felt helpless.
Within a few hours, they had moved us from that spot to where we couldn't see it. That was tough. It's like, I can't believe this is happening to me and to us and right here in little old Land O'Lakes, Florida.
Our fire chief was able to come out with his drone to help us determine what was going on, where this hole might be heading.
Unsatiated, the monster sinkhole goes on to consume a neighboring house and part of Terrence's property.
About 7 to 8 hours, it continuously grew. The final girth of the hole was, I believe, 260 feet across. It was deep enough to take 2 houses into it.
The next morning when you wake up, you say, was it all a dream? And you're like, okay, it wasn't a dream, because you look out and you see this disaster zone that's sitting right there. It looked like a bomb went off. Good thing that came out of the situation was no one died, no animals died.
If somebody would have been in one of those houses in Land O'Lakes when that sinkhole opened, that would have been a deadly sinkhole. I think we got very lucky that no one was home. When you see it in the news, you think, man, is that going to happen to me? It's a very scary thought.
Even scarier is when it does happen to you at night while you're in bed, sleeping.
The entire room was nothing but just an open, churning dirt pit.
When a massive sinkhole swallowed up homes in Terrence's neighborhood, it impacted their lives in unimaginable ways. But they were lucky. Not everyone is so fortunate.
Yeah, it really wasn't any different than any other day. I began at 7, answered calls throughout that evening, and I just finished that, and then that's when I got the 911 call. The call said that somebody had fallen through the floor of the house. The only thing that came into my mind was maybe somebody had fallen through like maybe a rotten portion of the floor, or that maybe somebody had been doing, like a renovation. When I got onto Faithway Drive, it's a residential community. Just everybody was out in the road, like waving, flagging me down. They were hysterical. Going through the yard, the structure of the house, everything was perfectly normal. The lights were still on, the TV in the living room was still on, everything was normal. So when I get past the living room, I started walking down the hallway, and you could hear like almost like a grumbling noise. I don't really know how to explain it other than that. As I turned to go into that room, the entire room was nothing but just an open, churning, like dirt pit almost. The floor had completely just been ripped apart.
A sinkhole had opened up directly under the bedroom.
It is not unusual if portions of the house collapse. Sinkholes can be fairly local, and the slab itself may be giving some stability to the house. In this case, parts of the house collapse first, and then other parts sort of rotate and fall in. And so it's possible that the sinkhole in this case was either at an edge or closer to just that one room.
I remember seeing all this furniture just all over the place, but it was churning. Then I saw Jeremy. He was standing in the edge of the hole. The best way that I can explain what it looked like is if you think of like a funnel or an hourglass. The center is more or less the deepest part of that, and everything around it is caving in to that center. Jeremy at that moment was more or less climbing, if you will, trying to stay on top of the dirt that was falling in. I was thinking, I wonder if this is what a sinkhole is, because I had never experienced it. I said, hey man, we need to get you out of this.
Deputy Duval was standing at the edge of a gaping and growing sinkhole, one that was ready to claim Jeremy Bush.
The sinkhole in Seffner was probably the most catastrophic type, where there were no signs at all that there was a collapse imminent. It happened very, very quickly. It is probably the most extreme example of a cover collapse sinkhole.
With Jeremy desperately trying to escape the clutches of the churning pit of debris, Deputy Duval has no time to spare.
He looked up and he saw me. He reached up and I laid down on the ground. The floor was almost like a diving board, how flimsy it was, because everything had been ripped away from that bedroom portion. I didn't realize the danger of the situation until I was down on my stomach with that diving board feeling, thinking I could end up in this hole really easy. I reached down, I somehow got his hands and just pulled. And next thing I know, Jeremy's out.
Though Jeremy is safe, the full horror of the situation becomes clear.
He said that his brother was still in there. There was nothing other than furniture that I saw. And he had this rumbling noise going on. And as soon as I had actually gotten myself in the motion of getting up and I was looking for his brother, all of a sudden everything just went out, like under the house. Everything that was there had started to fall into the hole.
Jeremy quickly recounts what happened to his 37-year-old brother, Jeffrey.
He said that his brother had gone to bed, everybody's sitting around watching TV, and when it all happened, he said it was a very loud, like, bang, and then that grumbling noise, and he heard his brother yell for him to help. He walked into a big hole in the room. He heard his brother yelling, help, so he just jumped in the hole thinking that he would be able to find him. It was just like that.
Within minutes of Deputy Duval pulling Jeremy out of the sinkhole, emergency services arrive on the scene.
They put these listening devices in. It was gone. Just basically took it from them. So they made the decision that, that same thing could happen to a human, and you couldn't rightfully lower another human in there.
Authorities decide it's too dangerous to attempt to rescue Jeffrey Bush. The family is heartbroken.
They made the choice to take the house down. Then they filled the sinkhole up about a week later. The other houses next to it, they had to vacate those houses, and they tore those down as well because of how large the hole was. The county had put up a fence around it just to keep people out of the area. And then they put some shrubs and plants around it just to make it look a little bit nicer. They actually have a little, like a plaque there also. It's like an in memory type thing.
The tragedy will stay with Deputy Duvall and the residents of Seffner for the rest of their lives, as the fear of another possible sinkhole lurks around every corner.
You don't have a warning system for a hole just dropping out and underneath you. I don't think people really understood that until this sinkhole happened, how real of a possibility it is.
Sinkholes are a terrifying global phenomenon, swallowing 30-meter trees in Louisiana, devouring a 3-story factory in Guatemala, and collapsing a 100-meter wide hole in a street in Indonesia. And yet, there's more than meets the eye as scientists uncover the total impact of sinkholes, their life-giving properties, and their deadly mysteries.
The Mayans were inspired by the beauty. That's one of the reasons why they revered.
Sudden, catastrophic, horrifying. Sinkholes are a deadly part of the Earth's geological makeup. Yet when an asteroid hurtled into the planet 66 million years ago, ending the age of dinosaurs, the impact produced one of the most breathtaking examples of sinkholes in the world. Today, the remnants of the crater form what's known as the Ring of Cenotes.
The ring has 180 kilometers diameter, so it's just a semicircular part that is along which the cenotes are forming.
After the initial collapse of a sinkhole, when the remaining hole exposes groundwater, it's known as a cenote in the Yucatan.
The word comes from cenote, which in Mayan means place where you can get access to water.
At least 900 sinkholes make up the Ring of Cenotes, yet these are only a fraction of the staggering 6,000 sinkholes estimated in the Yucatan. Together, they make up part of the largest underwater cave system in the world.
Most of the time, you will have several cenotes that are very close one to each other, and they are connected by underwater passages. So there's like a long, big cave in which you can enter in several points through these cenotes. And as a matter of fact, in the Yucatan is the largest cave in the world, which is now over 370 kilometers.
The cenotes are unique because they have unbelievable formations, stalactites, stalagmites, columns, endless tunnels. They have beautiful, crystal clear water. It's just beautiful.
But with dead ends, narrow passageways, no light, and no obvious way to the surface, their beauty can be deceptive and deadly.
The cenotes or cave diving is dangerous is because people don't have emergency access to the surface. When you travel in a cave, you use the cenote as an entrance and then you travel inside. So if you have any problems, you can't just go up. You need to come back all the way to the entrance and surface.
Explorations of these unique ecosystems reveal species found nowhere else on Earth.
Endemic species are there, blind fishes, and there is a blind swamp eel.
The cenote is a capsule of time. You can find fossil of shells, corals, animal bones. They also found prehistoric fishes.
They also offer a glimpse into the mysterious world of the Mayans who believed these sinkholes were passageways to the underworld.
If you dive, you will find artifacts, ceramics, tools, and of course skeletons from the Mayan times. They will go and pray to have more wet and rains. Would do sacrifices and throw animals to the gods of rain and stuff like that, and humans.
The Mayans' sacrificial reverence for cenotes came from their ability to produce fresh water.
In the Yucatan Peninsula is the only source of water, of fresh water, so it's vital for the human life.
Having access to cenotes, to the water in the cenotes, it was crucial from early times. And so both Maya and present-day people in Yucatan are using this.
Today, conservation of the cenotes is critical to life in the Yucatan.
It is important to preserve and protect cenotes because they are both a cultural and an environmental heritage for the people of the world.
It's very important for the ecosystem. The cenotes help to filter all the rainwater before it arrives to the ocean, to the coral reef. So it's a process that they need to go from the cenote through the mangrove and then to the coral reef.
The balance is very, very delicate.
Those sinkholes have made the Yucatan livable for thousands of years. Over 12,000 kilometers away, the fastest growing rate of sinkholes in the world threatens the Dead Sea in Israel.
The rate of recession, we should all be worried about it.
Sinkholes can appear anywhere, a deadly consequence of the geological imperative of the Earth. Around the Dead Sea in Israel, they become a minefield of destruction.
The first sinkhole in the Dead Sea area was reported in the late 1980s. So if you look at aerial footage before 1980, there were no sinkholes in that area. Now, we have almost 6,000 sinkholes, and they're growing alarmingly. In fact, they're the fastest growing rate of sinkholes in the world.
But why would sinkholes suddenly be appearing after thousands of years of stability? In places like Florida and Mexico, sinkholes occur due to the geological makeup of the landscape. The surrounding limestone is permeable and dissolves relatively easily in water. But this isn't the geological makeup around the Dead Sea. It turns out part of the answer lies in its most abundant resource, salt.
The Dead Sea is 10 times saltier than any other ocean.
Because it's a very, very dry area. It doesn't get much fresh water flowing into it. And it's an old feature, so over time, a lot of water was evaporated from that sea, meaning that it got saltier and saltier and saltier. The sinkholes in the Dead Sea are unique because they're actually forming in a very soluble rock, but it's not limestone, it's actually salt. And as we all know, salt dissolves very, very, very quickly.
But why would the salt be dissolving and creating thousands of sinkholes now? It turns out the Dead Sea is dying. The sea itself has been rapidly shrinking for decades, largely due to the commercial diversion of 95% of the Jordan River's water.
The combined population of that area of the Middle East has quadrupled, which is causing more pressure on the water supply.
In a desert region with little rain, This cuts off the Dead Sea's main source of water.
The water has receded around 1.5 kilometers since the 1960s, and it's only around a third of the size that it used to be.
Like in Florida, where abundant rain can dissolve limestone, creating sinkholes. Around the Dead Sea, rainfall dissolves salt.
The rock there, when the sea was covering it, were full of salt, and when the water receded, these pockets of salt are now encountering fresh water from rain or surface runoff, and that fresh water is dissolving the salt, creating these pockets of openings and areas where sinkholes are forming. There are three primary causes for the formation of sinkholes in the Dead Sea area. The increase in population, there's also a higher demand for water, and there's a reduction in precipitation, about 10% due to climate change.
The growing threat is swallowing roads, destroying buildings, and closing businesses. Entire areas have been closed off due to the threat.
The number of sinkholes is increasing so quickly in this region. Obviously, houses or roads or industry that's built in that area is going to be under threat. Also, with these sinkholes, that may allow pollution from these cities, towns to go down into the water that they use for their drinking water.
The cumulative effect has been a devastating blow to nature in the region.
The lowering of the water in the Dead Sea is causing a lot of damage to the ecosystem there, particularly to the birds. The rate of recession of the Dead Sea is alarmingly high, and we should all be worried about it. As a heritage of the world, we should care about why we are lowering the water levels so much.
If nothing changes, the projections are clear.
The level of the Dead Sea is declining at the rate of 3 feet per year, and by the year 2050, the entire sea will have dried up. It is quite alarming that we will completely have lost the Dead Sea.
As these silent killers continue to appear around the world, both new technologies and ancient techniques are being used to combat the problem.
All the good ground in Florida has already been built upon. So we're left with stuff that is unstable.
Sinkholes, swallowing homes, businesses, and even people. Around the world, these deadly and unpredictable disasters are on the rise. But in an increasingly populated world, is there anything that can be done? Jay is a geotechnical construction specialist and has spent almost 20 years working in sinkhole-prone areas in Florida.
What makes sinkholes so dangerous and costly is they're very unpredictable. You have to look at the geology. In simple terms, relate it similar to Swiss cheese. So you have all these different natural holes and depressions, and over time, rain is slightly acidic, and it can slowly erode that limestone layer down at the bottom.
Geologically, these areas are known as karst, regions around the world that are underlain with soluble rocks like limestone. Like Florida and the Yucatan, they're often characterized by underground drainage systems, and when it rains, can become riddled with sinkholes. When sinkholes appear in heavily populated areas, the results can be costly and catastrophic. In 2014, a sinkhole collapsed the showroom floor of the National Corvette Museum in Kentucky, plunging 8 classic cars into a 9-meter-deep pit. After extracting the cars, it took a year and a half, $3.2 million US, and almost 4,000 tons of rock to fill and repair the hole. The safe restoration of the site also included the use of piles, an ancient technique used in areas with unstable ground around the world.
Micropiles, underpinning, push piers. In essence, they're inserted in the ground to support the foundation. Similar to putting the helm on underground stilts. You're going all the way around the perimeter, and the home is held up by those underpiles.
But can anything be done to prevent sinkholes and protect structures before they appear?
You lower down cameras.
Modern technology may hold the key.
The only way to truly know what's going on is to use testing methods and do ground penetrating radar to look for anomalies or voids in the soil.
The radar detects any voids, cracks, and other conditions that could lead to sinkholes. If the ground appears weak, engineers can create reinforcements.
A big part of our business is actually pre-treating the ground prior to the foundation being laid. We will do a ground improvement technique called vibro stone columns, where we're inserting a large vibro float down about 20-25 feet into the ground, and there's a stone tube where that stone falls down into the bottom, and the tool is worked up and down, basically building a stone column that takes a very loose soil site and increases the load-bearing strength up to an acceptable building strength where the building is not going to settle down under its own weight. Vibro in itself will trigger any problem sinkholes that are on the site, and then we can just fill them with stone and address them at that time before building. So the most common methods that engineers do recommend is, number one is compaction grouting. Number two would be underpinning, and number three would be chemical grout. Compaction grouting is pumping concrete under high pressure into the ground to fill voids and densify soil. That's going to seal the limestone layer. That's like Swiss cheese, protect it. The chemical grout is done under a low pressure, and we can safely do that all the way up to the surface. And it's designed to densify all the upper soils. So you're basically sealing that, protecting it.
Jay has found the best protection is early detection.
The faster you can identify a problem in the beginning, the less money it is to address it and fix it before it becomes a major issue. The future of sinkholes in Florida, they're going to continue to be prevalent. The big positive is we've figured out how to address these and fix them. It's just one of those prices to pay, I would say, to live in this beautiful tourist destination.
As the world's population grows and development strains the landscape, the threat of sinkholes continues to rise.
You have to be very careful in how you plan urban development. Population growth, more demand for water, and construction due to urbanization can result in the increase of sinkholes occurring.
Without changes, the future seems inevitable.
Obviously, there's going to be some impact when it comes to how much the Earth can support before something like this happens again.
Sinkholes, terrifying acts of nature that can swallow the world in the blink of an eye. Science shows that human development has been creating them at alarming rates. Yet their total impact reveals both life-giving water and an extraordinary glimpse into ancient worlds. And while building techniques can help slow their deadly march, we might take a nod from the Mayans' reverence and look toward protecting the lands from which these deadly acts of nature spring. Twisters, whirlwinds, funnels, whatever the name, tornadoes are one of nature's most violent storms.
The tornado hit me, lifted me, tumbled me over.
In mere minutes, they can demolish homes,
I prepared to die.
level entire towns,
It looked like a nuclear weapon had gone off.
and destroy people's lives.
I knew by looking at my leg wasn't going to be able to be saved.
Scientists are now mining the tornadoes for data, revealing surprising insights about the total impact of their violent, unpredictable nature.
Today, the target is 10 to 20 minutes of lead time on a tornado warning.
Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster
We were running for our lives.
It hits like a freight train.
and unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. At Joplin High School, the class of 2011 has just finished their graduation ceremony. It's an exciting day filled with anticipation and hope for the future.
I go to Joplin almost every year to photograph the high school graduation. It was a sunny day. Blue skies, pretty clouds.
Joplin, Missouri is a small city along the classic Route 66.
It's your normal Midwestern town. We lived in a small subdivision out there, just far enough away from town, but it was still a very tight-knit community.
With graduation over, Stacy wraps up her day and gets ready to head home.
We photographed the graduation, and I remember packing up all our equipment. So I walked out the front door, and a gentleman opened the door and said, "Hey, do you need help?" And I'm like, "No." And he said, "Wow, it's really humid today. I think we're gonna get like a storm or something." And I was like, "Yeah, it's hot."
As the afternoon draws to a close, a tornado alert siren rings out for Jasper County and Joplin. Situated in the heart of Tornado Alley, these warnings happen often, and 75% are false alarms. Most residents ignore the warning and continue on with their day.
I'm thinking this is sort of typical. We see stuff like this. I'm not going to panic.
Little do they know that this is about to become a historic twister. Dusty is in the midst of work prepping for surgery.
We had scheduled to perform a hip incision and drainage for an infection the patient had gotten in the hip. It's a routine surgery as far as the technicality, but it is an emergency that you have to get to pretty quickly, or the patient will continue to get sick and become toxic or septic.
With her radio off, Stacy begins to drive home. She doesn't hear the tornado warning or the sirens.
I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and it is about 200 miles to Joplin. Knowing I had a 2-hour drive, I stopped at the gas station to get a drink. The clerk was listening to the radio, and he told me that there was weather coming into Joplin. I kind of thought, oh, well, I'm going out of town. It's not going to affect me.
But before Stacy can leave, a man convinces her to wait the storm out in the gas station, just to be safe. Dusty hears the first indication that something is amiss over the hospital's loudspeaker.
We heard code gray right as the patient went to sleep. It was just a code for the hospital to notify everyone in the hospital overhead that there was a severe weather threat in the area. Oh, I wasn't worried at all. Those happen all the time. Anytime there's a big thunderstorm or something, they call it or the sirens go off in town. So not that it's anybody's crying wolf, but it's not something you get excited about. I'd ask the anesthesiologist, is it okay if we continue? Because even though I'm doing the surgery, they're kind of in charge of things as far as keeping the patient safe. And she said, look, this is an emergent surgery and we have to do it, so let's just do it.
Outside, the skies darken and the wind picks up.
And I thought, well, you know, if there's going to be a tornado, I want to take pictures of the tornado. So I grabbed my camera, grabbed an SD card, made sure my battery was good, grabbed my car keys, and I ran into the store because by then it was completely dark. I really didn't anticipate it being something so big. You know, I just thought, wow, it would be great to get pictures of a tornado. You know, not many people get to do that.
Although tornadoes are common in the Midwest, a unique set of conditions are required for them to form.
Like you can see little huge clouds going around.
Look at that!
So the key to how a thunderstorm develops a tornado is the updraft. Usually the downdraft from the storm wrapping around and causing it to converge into a small point. And that creates the tornado conditions of the ground.
There was about 18 people already in the gas station. I kind of stood by the windows because I wanted to get a shot of the tornado. The glass broke. We all rushed back to the back of the gas station. The wind was going so fast through the gas station that the walls were kind of shaking in, and we can feel cool air. Somebody said, "Hey, what's behind that door?" He said, "It's a cooler." So somebody opened the door. We ran into the cooler. We all kind of crouched down inside of there.
At the hospital, a shift in the air sets off a warning bell in Dusty's head.
I looked at my assistant, Chris, across the table, and I said, "Do you feel your ears popping?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What the hell do you think that is?" And he said, "I don't know." I said, "Do you think it's the barometric pressure dropping outside?" He said, "It may be from the storm." And then it was 5 seconds later that the tornado hit the building and kind of all hell broke loose.
At the gas station, Stacy is huddled in the walk-in cooler, trying to stay calm.
So we're in the cooler, and you don't really hear the wind. You just hear the sounds, and like the tinging sounds of things falling onto the roof. So it's like ting, 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 ting the whole time. People screaming, people crying, and then we felt that first wave of the tornado go through. After the first wave went through, it felt like forever. We thought we were safe after the first one. We thought it was over with, and then the mother lode came through.
Oh my gosh!
As a tornado hits a hospital in Joplin, Missouri,
What is it doing?
surgeon Dr. Dusty Smith and his team are plunged into darkness in the middle of an operation.
Everything just blew up at once. The walls blew up, the ceiling fell in, water started spewing from the walls where the pipes were. It just felt like a bomb detonated. I just said, okay, we'll continue. Luckily, the extra tech in the room had a flashlight to turn on and shine it in the wound so that we could keep working.
While Stacy and the others from the gas station huddle in the walk-in refrigerator, mayhem reigns outside their tiny metal safe house. The tornado rips apart the gas station. It sounds like a war zone outside the refrigerator.
It just felt like we were in this like sacred little box. It just felt like we were in this box with 20 people, hearing the wind, hearing the noise, you know, feeling the coolness, hearing the thunder, seeing lightning flashes. I screamed at the top of my lungs the whole time. I prepared to die.
This is an EF5 tornado, the highest rating on the enhanced Fujita scale and the most catastrophic.
With tornadoes, you obviously can't put an instrument in its way every time and hope to know how strong it was. So we actually rate tornadoes based on the damage that they cause. EF0, which is the weakest, starts at about 90 kilometers an hour to the strongest at top end, an EF5, and that's 315 kilometers an hour and greater. EF4, all the walls are down. Basically, the house is destroyed. And if you get to EF5, all of that debris gets wiped right off the foundation. That's how strong the tornado is.
EF5s are rare. Only about 2% of known tornadoes in the US are EF5s. But like the tri-state tornado, when they hit, the impact is catastrophic.
The tri-state tornado occurred on March 18th, 1925. It traveled 350 kilometers, began in Missouri, traveled through Illinois, and ended up in Indiana, giving it the tri-state name. The width of this tornado was almost 2 kilometers, and it was moving at about 100 kilometers per hour. This was a long duration, long track tornado, lasted 3.5 hours. Being 1925, there wasn't anything to detect the tornado or get a warning out, so it arrived in those 3 states without warning. It's the deadliest known tornado in US history at 695 deaths and over 2,000 injuries. We weren't doing tornado rating back then, so it was later rated at F5 based on the damage that was caused. The damage from this tornado was about $16.5 million in 1925 dollars. This is $1.4 billion today.
Thad is working in the church when the tornado sirens sound. He and his colleagues take cover in the church basement.
I'm watching the weather, trying to figure out what's going on. I'm on the phone with my dad, and he's telling me it doesn't look very good over here. My mom and dad are on the west side of Joplin. So in the middle of my phone call, it goes dead. I'm listening to the sirens, I'm seeing the green skies, I've lost my dad's contact on the phone, I'm trying to call him back, I can't get a hold of him. So I'm getting concerned.
For Dr. Dusty and his team, the storm is about to become a life-threatening situation.
The tornado took off the back end of the hospital. Then the wind came inside and it blew the doors to the operating room open, which debris was flying in. And luckily, my physician's assistant dove at the doors and then pushed the doors closed. The patient's wide open. I was just trying to cover the wound the best I could while Chris was holding the doors closed. And I remember at some point, Chris looking at me saying, I don't think I can hold the doors any longer. And I said, brother, you got to.
Finally, after what feels like an eternity for Stacy, the refrigerator stops shaking. They can no longer hear the world outside crumbling.
There was like a calmness, and we all were like saying, I love you, man. You know, like, for me, I was quiet because I was just relieved. I just wanted to go. I wanted to get out of there. So we tried to go through the door that we came through, but there was so much debris in the gas station. We were stuck inside that cooler.
Things are no better in the operating room. With the surgery complete, Dusty and his team need to get the patient to the recovery unit, but it's easier said than done.
When we opened the doors of the room, there was a large pile of rubble and debris blocking the doorway. And when we entered the hallway, it looked like a movie scene, without a better way to say it. There were sparks flying. The smell of gas was incredible. I remember telling my PA, hey, do you smell the gas? And he said, yeah. I said, well, I hope these damn sparks don't ignite it. So we couldn't go get the gurney and just wheel it into the room. We had to go out there, crawl over the debris, grab it, and then crawl back over the debris into the room, put the patient on the table, and then carry the patient over the debris again and into the recovery room. It was just a surreal scene because they had moved all the patients from the emergency room into the recovery room because the emergency room got hit directly as well. It looked like a bad MASH episode in there. It was just complete chaos. Once we got done and got the patient to safety, then I clicked into father mode.
But with no cell phone service, Dusty can't reach his family. He has no idea if they're okay.
My physician's assistant and I went out back toward the parking lot, hoping to find our cars. It looked like a nuclear weapon had gone off outside. I looked at my physician's assistant, I said, I need to go home and check on my family.
Twisted metal litters the parking lot. The roads are blocked. His home is 13 kilometers away through the devastation. He does the only thing he can.
I started running.
"30 minutes after the first warning sirens, reports begin to emerge that an EF5 tornado has hit Joplin, Missouri. Survivors, now trapped inside the twisted remains of a walk-in cooler at a gas station, are desperate to find a way to escape.
We started smelling gas, and we thought the gas station's gonna blow up. We were stuck inside that cooler. We did see a little light above us, so we thought, okay, we gotta climb. And then a couple of the guys gathered like cases of beer, and we made a ladder out of beer. And one by one, we all just jumped out. I kind of stayed behind a little bit because I wanted to photograph everything in that cooler. I think I was the second to last person out. Once we dropped down into the grass, there was nothing left of that gas station at all, besides the cooler. It didn't look like a gas station anymore. It just looked like a bunch of rubble, you know? So we probably wouldn't have survived if we did not go into the cooler of the gas station.
As the gas station survivors come to grips with the destruction around them, Dusty takes off headlong into the devastation.
The streets were completely blocked. There was power lines down, parts of the street were just gone. There was no way you were going to drive home or anything. I had to get home somehow. My home was about 8 miles from the hospital, so I took off running. I'm in decent shape, but I don't run. But at that time, I could have run whatever to get home, because that's all on my mind. And all I'm doing is thinking about my family.
After the tornado passes, a man runs into the church and tells Thad and his colleagues that Joplin has been wiped out. The city Thad grew up in, where his elderly parents live, is gone.
I knew after seeing the hospital being hit on TV that my parents' house, being west of the hospital, had already been hit. So at that point, I knew I had to do something.
Stacy stumbles into the street, stunned at the devastation. The 20 survivors from the refrigerator exchange phone numbers. In those few minutes, they've developed a bond that will last a lifetime. They hug before parting ways, in search of answers about their families.
My car was upside down. I start walking down the street, and I had my camera in hand. I started photographing the things around me. I just kept walking and photographing and crying and looking everywhere. I don't know what street I was on, so I just stopped by this stop sign that was like on the ground. So I sat there on the curb. I called my boss, and I was like, I'm okay. I don't know how to get out of here. And I just sat there waiting.
Running on adrenaline, Dusty navigates the 13-kilometer gauntlet home through twisted metal, overturned cars, and demolished homes. He's relieved to see that his house is fully intact. He prays his family is safe inside.
So I got to the door of my house after running that far, and as I'm coming inside, I kind of walk up the stairs, and they're in the bedroom upstairs. And I was completely soaked, obviously from rain, and my wife said, "Why are you wet?" And I said, "Do you not know what's happened?" And she said, "No, power went out however many hours ago. And, we've just been sitting up here." They had no idea, thank goodness, of what happened.
It's a stroke of luck that Dusty's family is unharmed, and evidence that tornadoes can cut a distinct line between utter annihilation and coming out completely unscathed. For Thad, when he makes it to his parents, he discovers the house is severely damaged.
Thankfully, they were fine. Shaken up, of course. I continue to walk through the house, checking to make sure what's going on. The roof's blown off part of the house. I see a piece of 2x4 that has gone completely through an outside wall through a toaster. When I look down my parents' hallway, I see pictures, one right after another after another. Not touched, not even turned sideways, just as if they had always been. There's a picture of my sister and I, family members, grandparents, still on the wall. And that's when you begin to realize how important the photographic image becomes. The very next day after that, I'm back at the church, and a gentleman come in off the street, and he found a picture in his front yard. He says, "What am I supposed to do with this? This doesn't belong to me. I want to get this back to them." That's when the connection starts happening. Now that's where the picture is becoming more clear of what we needed to do.
Inspired, Thad takes on the task of reuniting people with their lost photos in the wake of natural disasters. In the aftermath of the tornado, new friendships are formed.
About a month after the tornado, we all met up at the gas station to kind of see how everybody was. It was interesting to be so near death with all these people, and then to see them again, and to know that we all survived that moment together.
The Joplin tornado shows the incredible power nature can have.
This tornado was caused by an intense supercell, and the tornado itself was over 1 kilometer wide, had a track that was over 36 kilometers long, grew explosively, and also had that direct impact on a large city, which is something you don't see a lot. Winds from this wedge-shaped tornado reached 200 miles per hour, and the damage was estimated at $2.8 billion, making it the costliest tornado in US history. In 38 minutes, it killed 158 people and injured thousands. The Joplin tornado was the deadliest tornado in the US since modern record keeping began there in the 1950s.
Despite the catastrophic consequences of the Joplin tornado, for some, it has created purpose. Since that fateful day, Thad has helped hundreds of families and survivors find lost memories.
In the Joplin, Missouri tornado, we collected over 35,000 photographic images. We have returned over 18,000 to date, and we're very proud of it. It's a lot of work to do that.
Summer of 31, that's fantastic because it tells us when it was.
Over 900 families that received a photograph back, and the response has been overwhelming. We're so happy to have helped them, and we want to continue to do that with this city and other places too.
Years later, Dusty has found a new perspective as a result of surviving the deadly tornado.
A lot of people have asked me over the years how it affected me, and it didn't affect me negatively at all. I love storms, oddly enough. It's not that I don't have respect for storms. I'm not going to fear them. I think something that strong and of that magnitude, it's going to take you when it wants to. But I think that's the way Mother Nature works sometimes.
While Joplin survived the cataclysmic force of an EF5 tornado, in California, a construction worker is trapped by yet another deadly act of nature, a fire-nado. The devastating twisting winds of a tornado can rip the roof off a house in seconds and demolish entire towns in minutes. But what happens when a tornado and fire unite? Sparks fly off the flat tire of an RV along a highway in Redding, California. They ignite the roadside brush. The ensuing blaze engulfs an area 3 times the size of Washington, D.C.
The car fire had been spreading for multiple days, but there was some concern that it was going to spread to the east with some stronger westerly winds, kind of downslope winds, into the northern part of the Central Valley near Redding.
That's Redding right there.
Terry Cummings is part of a team of heavy equipment operators tasked with carving a dirt trench around a subdivision of homes. The containment lines are 3 bulldozer blades wide and designed to halt the advance of the wildfire.
Fire is made up of heat, fuel, and oxygen. And what we're doing in a bulldozer is we're removing fuels from the ground by scraping it and pushing it out of the way or creating a break in the fuel. While we were cutting those lines, I'd been watching the fire. I was starting to get concerned because of how close it was getting. I didn't think it was going to escalate the way it did.
But the fire isn't the only thing crews need to worry about. The fire also receives a tornado rating.
With maximum winds of 143 miles per hour, it was rated as an EF3.
Terry has no idea a unique set of disastrous conditions is brewing.
We usually do our shift changes between 7 and 9. My relief was more novice, and I was watching the fire behavior, and I told him I was gonna stay on for another hour or so to make sure everything was safe. I noticed fire catapult through the air, and I looked over to my right. All of a sudden, the fire was burning on the sides of these houses next to me. Within minutes, everything became fire. It was just like a shower of fire started happening all around us.
No one could have predicted what was about to happen next. One of the rarest natural disasters develops right before Terry's eyes. A fire-nado.
A fire-nado or a fire tornado is you have a fire-generated vortex that's rotating, and then it extends upward into a pyrocumulonimbus cloud. It's a fancy way of saying you have a tornado made of burnable material that's attached to a thunderstorm cloud.
When a cold pocket of air appears above an extremely hot fire, the heat rises quickly in the same fashion that a tornado forms. Gases drawn up into this column can ignite in the air.
Fire tornado is extremely dangerous because they are unpredictable. They can move rapidly, and they can spread fire quite rapidly as well, too.
In the blink of an eye, Terry and his crew are surrounded by fire.
It was within minutes. There was no start or no end of the fire, just everything was engulfed.
Being in the path of the fire-nado is a near hopeless situation.
With an EF3 rating for damage, that can debark trees, it can overturn train cars, it can destroy stories of well-built houses. And then you add a fire to that, is not only are you destroying structures with wind, but you're also burning these structures as well, too. If it's so hot that you can melt metal, and then you have winds of 140, 145 miles per hour, that's pretty much a worst-case scenario in terms of a weather event.
Terry has no clear way out. He's surrounded by fire, and his radio communication is failing. Unsure of his fate, Terry can only think of one thing, his girlfriend, Shalai.
I texted Shalai. I guess I just wanted to tell her I love her.
Just as Terry hits send on the text, the fire intensifies.
I looked up, seeing two vehicles. This big dust cloud just engulfed the rear vehicle, like he just disappeared. So I started to turn my dozer to deflect the debris. I didn't want it to break my window, but as soon as I started to turn, my window glass broke, and then all my glass around me broke. It was like I just got hit by a freight train. Then I was like blacked out, and I just heard noise. I felt the tracks of the dozer on my left shin, and I reached out and caught the door jambs, and then I gasped for air.
Stuck in his bulldozer, surrounded by fire, and with winds over 230 kilometers an hour throwing debris at him like bullets, Terry switches to survival mode.
I threw myself into the seat, and I grabbed a bag and stuck it over my face. The winds that were hitting me, it was like a blowtorch. They were really, really strong and really, really fast. I was just screaming and holding on and just guarding my face with the bag. I was thinking, not like this, Lord.
The dire situation is exceptionally rare.
Fire tornadoes are extremely rare, with only the 2 instances recorded. One in 2003 in Canberra, Australia, and then the other one just outside of Reading. And with only 2 documented instances of fire tornadoes, there's not a whole lot to go on. But a fire whirl and a fire tornado are pretty similar. The main difference is usually size. Fire whirls are usually smaller, and they occur kind of on the edge of fires. Now, a fire tornado happens under a similar process, however, it's much larger. Fire is usually much more intense, and then the upper part of the atmosphere is usually more conducive for vertical motion and stretching. So a fire tornado and a pyrocumulonimbus is much more similar to a tornadic supercell than it is to a fire whirl.
In the maw of the storm, Terry is powerless.
The tornado came down, hit me, lifted me, tumbled me over, dropped me. I could feel it engulfing my waist, my neck, face, ears, hands. It felt like my limbs were just melting. It felt like they were burning off. So I knew I was getting burned, but I didn't agree with it. And I'm like, no way.
In an adrenaline-fueled moment, Terry makes a break for safety.
I jumped out of the machine, I looked up and I saw 2 vehicle lights, and I made the decision to just make a run for it.
Somehow, he makes it through the blowing inferno to the vehicles.
I poured water over my hands, and then it was another, 20, 30 minutes, I guess, at least, before we escaped back out. It was a very unbearable pain in my hands, and just, I could feel it all around everywhere. But they got me to the ambulance.
Terry was one of the lucky ones.
That is unbelievable.
An EF3 tornado by itself is very strong and can cause severe damage. And then you couple it with a large, rapidly spreading wildfire, and the damage is pretty unbelievable. It was a half-mile wide at its widest, and also was on the ground for 2 miles.
There's 5 people that died. I think it was over 1,000 homes that were burned.
Saw the debris.
I feel blessed for sure. God was definitely present through it all.
Power line tower. That's crazy.
There's still no way of really predicting fire tornadoes. There's some scientists that are working diligently to produce forecasts for these, but still very early on in the process.
As scientists begin to untangle the rare firenado, their increasing ability to accurately measure and predict tornadoes is showing a change in when and where tornadoes occur, revealing an increase in the occurrence of the behemoth of them all, the supercell. In 2011, thousands of kilometers away from the scorched fury of a Californian firenado, another rare tornado phenomenon tears through the eastern U.S., a super outbreak.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you see that?
In the small community of Pleasant Grove, Alabama, machine shop worker Ray Watson listens to the news. They're calling for bad weather.
The day of the storm, everybody closed early because they were expecting bad weather that day. Most businesses closed at least by 3 o'clock. I kind of thought everybody was going home too early and overreacted. My wife was preparing dinner. I started watching a live feed video of the tornado going through town Tuscaloosa, which is just devastating. Tuscaloosa is probably 30 miles. Little did I know, in about 30 minutes, it was going to go through my backyard.
The Tuscaloosa tornado is just part of a rare tornado super outbreak.
An outbreak is when you've got a whole bunch of tornadoes occurring in a time period, usually the day, and over a certain location. That can be maybe 6 to 10 to 20 tornadoes.
There it is. Oh, it's a doozy.
The difference between an outbreak and a super outbreak is that instead of having the necessary ingredients for tornadoes in one location, one region, it's extended over a large area. And basically every thunderstorm that goes up ends up becoming a supercell and producing a tornado.
There it is. Good Lord.
As Ray watches the news, he has no idea that the tornado heading their way is just one of an astonishing 15 tornadoes rated EF4 or higher that will touch down across Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama that day.
As I was watching it, it started veering only about 1.5 miles from my house. So I got my wife and I said, we got to go to the basement. Once we got in the basement, all the damage started hitting the house, and the house started shaking, and the ground started shaking. I pushed my wife into a front room that we had underneath our front porch. The roof of that room was a concrete slab. When we stepped in there, I said, the house just left. The sound of the house being ripped off the foundation, I mean, it's just like ripping a board in half. And it's pulling water lines into it, it's pulling the gas lines, things like that. And it's just ripping everything apart.
They're lucky to have made it downstairs. Even the best tornado warning systems leave little time to prepare.
Before the arrival of Doppler radar in the 1980s, it was really hard to get lead time on tornadoes. You're relying on someone to see the tornado, so obviously by that time the tornado is already occurring. Today, computer models take in all kinds of data. There's millions of points of data from satellites, from weather balloons, from surface stations. all coming in and being initialized so that the model can produce a forecast. With Doppler radar, you can actually see the rotation in the supercell thunderstorm that precedes the development of the tornado. Over the last decade, computer models have gotten really good at predicting the environment in which tornadoes can develop. What it's not good at yet is the exact time, the exact location. Today, the target is 10 to 20 minutes of lead time on a tornado warning.
As Ray and his wife's house is ripped from its foundation, a supporting wall holding the concrete slab above them is torn away, and Ray's life is changed forever.
I actually blacked out for a few seconds. I woke up, I saw a concrete slab on my leg. I knew by looking at my leg, it wasn't going to be able to be saved.
Pinned beneath the concrete slab, Ray is desperate for help and to get his wife to safety.
My wife, she didn't want to leave me under there by myself. I said, well, you need to get out of here so you don't get hurt. So she did reluctantly. I was trapped, I was pressed against the concrete. Water lines had ruptured and there was water flowing through there and I could smell natural gas and I just thought this is it.
But then, a small miracle. A volunteer firefighter and a nurse come to Ray's rescue.
Just pure luck. The two most perfect people to come help me after that storm. He brought his little fireman axe and he put it at the foot of the slab while he got volunteers to pick it up so that it could be removed. And a guy just reached in there and grabbed my belt. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna reach in there and grab you by the belt when we get it over. He said, I'll do the pulling and you do the screaming. And that's about how it went too. And as soon as he did, the nurse, she walked over and they had done scared up rope and a stick and all this and made a tourniquet.
Ray is placed in an induced coma and undergoes several surgeries. As he predicted, he loses his leg. But April 27th was just one day of a longer super outbreak. Between April 25th and 28th, an unprecedented 362 tornadoes broke out from Texas to New York. The largest super outbreak in history. 321 people are killed, 316 on April 27th alone.
It was by us in just seconds, 10 seconds, and it just leveled houses. There were 6 deaths within blocks of my house. We rebuilt our house. We've got a storm room built in the basement. I take my cautions, but they're just a way of life down here. I've just been lucky.
Surprisingly, the super outbreak of 2011 extended all the way into Canada. But it's not the only incidence of a tornado in the Great North. And some researchers are trying to answer the question, are tornadoes spreading? Tornadoes, fire-nados, super outbreaks. While these dangerous weather events are generally known to occur in hotspots in the dusty south, in recent years, the number of tornadoes detected in Canada has been on the rise. But what's behind the worrying trend?
It was a beautiful day. It was hot, humid, and we decided to sit on the front deck for a while, and we were having a beer. And it kind of started to rain some big drops.
They were massive drops, like they were huge. And I had said to Les, I've never seen anything like that before. Like they're huge, and it didn't even seem that cloudy out.
The rain clears, but while all else seems normal, something peculiar happens.
Our dog was going crazy, and we thought, why is he acting like that? It's quite clear outside. There's maybe a small cloud, but nothing that should make him so panicky. Lo and behold, he had a reason why he was in such a panic.
With warm, moist air from the south and dry, cooler air from the Rockies, Manitoba is vulnerable to tornadoes.
The prairies in Canada are an extension of the plains in the US, and the storms in the summertime, they move from the plains in the US up into the prairies in Canada, and that's an extension of that tornado alley.
Little did Lynn and Les know that the humid day they were enjoying would bring disaster. Before they know it, a tornado is bearing down on them.
I've never ever seen a tornado before or been in one, so okay, just go to the basement, then it'll just go right over top of us or by us and nothing will happen. We had a sectional couch with the mattress, the bed out, and he grabbed the mattress and, smart thinking for him, put it over top of us, and he was trying to get also our little dog Teak underneath the mattress.
Then the tornado hit.
I panicked. It just seemed to happen so fast. There was like 10 engines of a train, or the train going by. Like, it was enormous. The sound was so loud.
I used every force of energy that I could to stay down there and strain. Don't know how long it lasted. I looked up and I could see sunny sky. I said, oh, the house is gone.
In just a few violent minutes, this record-setting tornado caused widespread destruction.
The Eli tornado is Canada's one and only tornado rated at the 5 level. It was one of only 9 tornadoes between 1999 and 2011 in North America that reached the EF5 level, with winds reaching 315 plus kilometers per hour. Very rare in Canada to get a tornado of that strength. In the last 20 years, we've only seen one EF4 and one EF5 in Canada.
As Les and Lynn crawl out from their basement, they see firsthand the destruction the rare EF5 Canadian tornado has caused.
It looked like a war zone outside. It looked like a bomb went off.
I was gonna get in my car. There was no garage, no cars. It was just glass, and the trees were destroyed, houses were destroyed.
The whole house was completely gone. Stuff in the basement. And they always tell you that tornadoes don't suck below ground, but this one was different. It decided to do that.
But as happened with the Joplin tornado photographs, unusual things appear from amongst the debris.
This was my dress that I got married in 1976 to this handsome dude here. After our wedding, I had it dry cleaned, boxed it up, put it in the closet. The tornado took my dress. And the next day, my husband said, I'm going for a walk into the field, which is across from where our house was. And I'm going to go check and see what I can find. And I wish I would have videotaped him, but here he comes across the field holding my dress. We built in the same spot. It's changed my life in a lot of ways, and both of our lives, but also to be thankful for the things that we have. You know, we're happy to be alive, that's all I'm saying.
But what do events like the Eli tornado tell us? Is the danger for tornadoes increasing?
A lot of the data associated with tornadoes has been changing over the years due to human factors. Our cities are growing, and the areas that are vulnerable to tornadoes are also growing. And the number of people that can report tornadoes in those areas are growing. So somehow you've got to look at the data and try to pull out a trend that is unaffected by all these human factors.
So what is the data saying about how these weather systems are evolving?
The US has been finding that the number of tornadoes has not really increased over the years, but they've become more clustered, so that when you have an outbreak, there are more tornadoes in that outbreak, but there are less tornado days through the year. Another change that's been detected is a slight change in the location of Tornado Alley in the US. It's starting to move slightly northeast. Whether that's due to climate change or not, we don't know. Making the links to climate change is the next step.
Researchers are also trying to unravel the increasing reports of tornadoes in Canada.
The Northern Tornadoes Project is a project at the University of Western Ontario that aims to detect every tornado in Canada, try to get a true picture of where tornadoes are occurring across the country. In Canada, we have noted an increase in the number of tornadoes in a number of locations. A lot of that is due to the increased number of reports that we're getting. There's also a concerted effort to get those reports.
In our digitally connected world, more companies are also creating increasingly advanced smartphone apps that not only track the weather, but track tornadoes and help direct users away from the path of danger.
4.5 billion people own a smartphone. That's just revolutionized our ability for meteorologists, for public safety officials, for anybody who needs to stay up to date with what's happening with severe weather. RadarScope takes the raw binary data that comes out of the Weather Service radar and downloads it directly to your phone and then renders the image on your phone. Everything with tornadoes and tornado alertings are not measured in hours, they're measured in minutes. And so everything we're trying to do is just carve out a few more minutes.
A few minutes can mean the difference between life and death. The peace of mind from accurate detection could be priceless.
My mother and I have this ongoing argument about it. Every time there's a storm, she obviously freaks out because she's afraid it's going to head right for her little baby boy. I always tell her, Mom, God and the tornadoes had a chance to get me that day, and they decided not to. And she said, boy, you have to remember, you know, you're not 10 feet tall and indestructible.
Whether the range of tornadoes is expanding isn't clear, but while scientists work to decipher the changing patterns of tornadoes, the quest to understand their total impact and gain a few precious minutes of warning continues. Freezing, blinding, disorienting.
It had those ingredients that intensified to a dangerous storm.
When blizzards strike,
I've never seen that much snow before.
They can have deadly consequences.
We ended up with 3 storms and more.
Nature was against us.
Yet in some places in the world, extreme winter conditions not only provide a safe haven for life,
winter weather is very important to the ecosystems.
They help protect the planet.
Arctic sea ice is so important because it helps to moderate the global climate.
And as our climate changes, we may lose far more than we expect. Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We stepped inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It was just like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
After crossing the U.S., Winter Storm Jacob heads northward from the eastern seaboard towards Atlantic Canada. When it meets the frigid North Atlantic air, it will become a giant, a historic weather phenomenon with devastating and lasting impacts. For locals of St. John's, Newfoundland, the call for a snowstorm is a regular part of the winter forecast and nothing to worry about.
For us as Newfoundlanders, someone says there's a snowstorm, that's like Wednesday. It doesn't matter.
And we are in the middle of the Atlantic. This is a normal occurrence for us.
St. John's, Newfoundland is a small city on the east coast of Canada. Settled in the 1600s, it's home to colorful row houses, historic sites, and surrounded by nature, whale watching, and icebergs.
Well, we live here just outside St. John's. It's a beautiful area, it's quiet, it's relaxing, lots of nature, and we enjoy it.
Its position along what's known as Iceberg Alley also means the area can expect lots of snow and wind. But for experts monitoring the approaching weather front, they can see the signs of a monster storm.
This storm deepened very rapidly as it moved off the U.S. eastern seaboard and really tapped into that temperature difference between the continent and the ocean, and in that environment with that strong temperature difference. It had those ingredients that it needed to really rapidly intensify into a dangerous storm.
But for many residents, they've heard this news before.
They were giving this storm a lot of hype. But then again, weather prediction is not 100%. I mean, we've had forecasts before where, you know, we were forecasted for a lot of snow and we got nothing.
We kind of figured that it was going to be big, but we didn't realize how big it really was, how big it could get.
For Shondell and Kyle Snow, the impending storm is the last thing on their minds.
We found out we were expecting 4 weeks pregnant. We were pretty stoked about it right from the start.
With their first child due in less than 2 weeks, Shondell begins her maternity leave the day before the storm is expected to arrive.
As I was like finishing up at work, everyone's like, you better not have the baby in that storm they're calling for. Like, you better, you know, watch out for it. We both said kind of like, it'd be a little adventure. Kyle was born in a snowstorm in January, and so it seemed like it would be fitting.
As the first snowflakes begin to fall, the majority of St. John's residents have no idea what Mother Nature has in store.
We could see that the accumulation was getting heavier. The winds were starting to pick up. Approximately 4 o'clock that evening was when we were into the heaviest of it.
Everybody was on edge and knowing that there's something coming, right?
As the storm approaches, Shondell wakes up suddenly in the middle of the night.
So I'd had contractions, but Kyle went on to sleep, and I was thinking, like, I just didn't think it was actually going to happen yet. And so I was kind of like, I'm having some contractions, but I'm going to try to go to sleep. And then all of a sudden I was like, my bladder broke.
As they rush to the hospital, the snow begins to fall. They just have to hope they can make it before the snow turns into a blizzard.
It can become very quick with those type of snowfall amounts, and with those winds, it'd be very, very easy to become disoriented and lost if you're just looking at the driving conditions just being really just quite treacherous.
Seeing the conditions for a perfect storm coming, weather experts are on high alert.
So this was a case of one of these storms that really rapidly intensified into a very powerful storm as it moved south of Nova Scotia. It brought very significant snowfall, very, very strong northerly winds, and storm surge as well.
If this storm is anything like the blizzard that hit St. John's in 1959, it could be catastrophic.
The date's February 15th, 16th, 1959. A powerful blizzard brought 7-meter-high snowdrifts to the St. John's area and put about 70,000 people without power for a period during the peak.
With winds reaching up to 220 kilometers an hour, the storm dumped 55 centimeters of snow on the city. In the dead of the night, residents of the Battery, a steeply hilled neighborhood, described a sound louder than a clap of thunder. An avalanche had struck 2 houses, sweeping them downhill and killing 5 people. The survivors spent 12 terrifying hours buried alive until they could be dug out. 61 years later, an eerily similar storm threatens the area. Kyle and Shondell arrive at the hospital just as the storm slams into St. John's.
Usually when pregnant women go to the hospital and they're having like a contraction, they send them home and then say when it gets worse or something happens, come back. Well, they weren't allowed to leave because it was a state of emergency. So you had pregnant women everywhere, and their families and their partners and their parents. And so it was either people sleeping on the floors, there's people sleeping in chairs, it was like very overcrowded, so.
While Kyle and Shondell are at the hospital, the Walls hunker down at home. But as the snow falls, their 26-year-old son, Joshua, has no interest in staying cooped up inside.
Josh was right from day one. He was a handful. He had to be the center of attention. He didn't want to stand out too much, but he wanted to be known. He was very outgoing, very lovable, very friendly, sociable.
Joshua had friends from all walks of life because he was raised. You don't judge, book from its cover. You love everybody.
But for Joshua, the severe weather reports create an overwhelming sense of stress.
He did suffer with anxiety, and that did play on him quite a bit. Very rarely would he let it show, but you could tell inside that he was struggling. Over the last few years, he has lost a lot of close friends, had passed away. All with the anxiety involved, it just kind of amplified his feelings, and he struggled dealing with it.
And knowing that the snowstorm
was coming, he felt claustrophobic. He said, I'm 26 years old, Mom. He said, you can't protect me and hover over me forever. You can't keep me from going anywhere. And I said, yes, buddy, yes, I know. And he hugged me. And then he had me believe that he wasn't going nowhere.
Outside, the storm is dropping snow on Newfoundland at a record-breaking rate.
Some of the snowfall rates were 3 to 4 centimeters an hour. And during the peak time, got 10 centimeters an hour. That's a very significant shot of snow for that area in a short time.
As 911 calls pour in, emergency responders venture into the storm.
Chimneys blown over, power lines blown off poles, pole fires, alarm bells malfunctioning, systems. Anything you could have got thrown at you was thrown at us that day.
Even in the light of day, the visibility reaches zero.
When I was actually responding to calls, other than the trucks in front of me with lights on, I absolutely had no vision.
Authorities urge the public to stay indoors.
The main hazard that you would have with a blizzard would be the very, very poor visibilities that can be down at zero at times with those strong winds and the heavy snow. And with that, it can be very easy to become disoriented and very easy to become lost.
But for Joshua, the prospect of staying home is too much to bear. Nora is beside herself when she realizes her son is missing.
She said, Wayne, he's gone. Nora did everything but sit on him to keep him here.
We never seen him slip past. I couldn't tell you if he went through the front door. I couldn't tell you if he went through the side door.
There was no footprints anywhere to be seen.
There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to... We started to panic.
As the storm intensifies, the Walls face the terrifying reality that their son is now out in the blizzard. As a raging blizzard puts the city of St. John's, Newfoundland on lockdown, Wayne and Nora Wall are beside themselves when they realize their 26-year-old son Joshua has disappeared into the storm.
Real panic set in. Myself and my wife, we got dressed, we went through the door, we went up the road, and we got about 150 feet away from the house, and we were in complete whiteout conditions. We couldn't go anywhere, we couldn't see nothing. We almost got lost literally 150 feet away from the house. There was no footprints anywhere to be seen. Our footprints were getting covered in just as quick as we were stepping at them. I've never seen that much snow before. I really haven't. Literally, you couldn't see anything.
Blizzards are usually associated with very intense low-pressure systems, so a lot of times we'll need a very, very heavy snowfall as well as very strong winds. And then that will produce those very poor to near zero visibilities, either in the falling snow or blowing snow or a combination of the two. Even if you did step outside your house, it'd be pretty quick to become quite disoriented and not see even where your house is, just over a short distance.
Forced to return home, the Walls are desperate to locate their missing son.
And when I called them, it went right to voicemail. I called again a few more times, and each time I went to voicemail. I sent them a text message. I got no responses on the text messages. Then I sent them a Facebook message. And I could tell by the indication that the Facebook message didn't deliver. So I got, then I got worried. I called the police, and I had told them that he had gone out into the storm. We can't reach him. I have no idea where he's to. I told him that I am worried because, his anxiety is on bust.
Emergency calls soon overwhelm first responders.
People were getting snowbound, trapped in cars. We had some calls where people actually couldn't get their doors or their homes closed, looking for us to help them out in those situations.
The danger of the storm is made worse by sweeping power outages.
There are reported 35 power outages affecting just under 14,000 customers at different parts of the province.
Without backup generators, many resort to using fireplaces, gas stoves, and propane to stay warm.
So everybody was augmenting their system by propane inserts and wood stoves, and that was a big concern to us with carbon monoxide poisoning with the wood stoves and this. So anytime we get a call for alarm activation, we just thought the worst and hoping for the best. The general public didn't expect us to show up. It was that bad that they did not think, even if they called 911, that somebody would respond. And when we come to the door and the snow would be 8 feet over the roof, and we'd have to tunnel into the door to get to the person. When they looked at us, you could see the delight in their eyes that at least somebody showed up. We challenge ourselves every single day to get to a call as quick as we possibly can. When the storm really hit, it took us to a call that we would have been there in 6 minutes. It took us 45 minutes to get there.
By the afternoon, Shondell has been in labor for over 12 hours. Kyle's concern grows as he watches the blizzard outside.
In like the procedure room or the birthing room or whatever, there was huge windows, but it was just white. It's just pure white. It was the worst storm I've ever been in by far.
Kyle would every now and again be like, look outside. And I'd be like, holy. And then I'd be like, oh my goodness. And I'm like, okay. And then I would just go back to it. I just remember looking outside and not being able to see anything at all.
Kyle realizes he may have more than his wife and baby to be anxious about.
And so I decided to go downstairs and check on the weather. When I approached the front doors of the hospital, you could just hear the wind howling just through the entire building. And when I got to the hospital door and opened it up, I mean, it was half buried. The snow drifts are reaching up the walls of the hospital. It was eerie in every way. There's nobody around. Like it was like a ghost town. It was creepy almost.
While Kyle and Shondell focus on the imminent birth of their first child, the walls hold on to hope that their son has found shelter from the storm.
We held out high hopes that he was caught in a cabin somewhere and couldn't get out.
Without shelter, the chances of surviving the storm are slim. In zero visibility conditions, many become disoriented. And as hypothermia sets in, body temperatures can drop lethally.
If one were to become disoriented or lost at that point when you're out with those very strong winds, temperatures are at the very least usually around freezing, if below, possibly getting down even colder. Being out in those conditions, hypothermia becomes a very big problem.
For first responders, the snow buildup and zero visibility make the roads nearly impassable.
The crews were getting snowbound, trucks couldn't move. We had to put snowplows in front of every station. Every pumper crew that moved, we had a snowplow in front of that pumper, clearing way to get us to the emergency. So,
with the roads blocked, the police can't reach the walls to search for Joshua. Wayne frantically thinks of other ways to locate his son.
I had realized that his phone was actually in my name, so I went back through the phone records just to see the last number in which he texted. I called that number. A young guy answered the phone and I asked if Josh was there. He said Josh was gonna come by, but he said he didn't show up. So I said, well, what were in the text messages? And one of the text messages indicated that he had sent a ping location to where he was to, and that he was lost.
And panic has set in.
As a monster blizzard buries St. John's, Newfoundland, Kyle and Shondell finally welcomed their firstborn child into the world.
So I was in labor for quite some time.
21 hours.
21 hours. Levi was born at 10:41 p.m. in the height of the storm. I think the record was broken around the same time as when Levi was actually brought into the world.
Some parts of the city are buried under 93 centimeters of snow. The storm is what weather experts call a snow bomb.
Bombogenesis, it's kind of a term that's been more or less used amongst meteorologists, but it has gained a bit of steam out Basically, a bombogenesis or a bomb cyclone is just a very rapidly intensifying storm.
As storms intensify, they expel more air than they ingest. That evacuation of air causes air pressure to drop. The lower the air pressure reading, the stronger the storm. The rate at which the air pressure falls is an indicator of how quickly the storm is intensifying. For a system to qualify as a bomb, its air pressure must plummet, decreasing by at least 24 millibars, the unit used to measure atmospheric pressure, in 24 hours. In addition to the dramatic drop in air pressure, strong winds create hurricane conditions.
The peak wind gusts with this system right across eastern Newfoundland range from around 100 kilometers an hour up to about 170 kilometers an hour. On that higher range, you're starting to get into Category 2 hurricane force wind gusts.
The winds did take a toll on the communication systems, electrical systems, siding blowing off houses. We did have a large roof blow off one of the commercial structures in the area, which did land on some of the houses. You get a lot of structural damage from the winds blowing materials off homes.
As the worst of the storm finally subsides, the search for Joshua begins.
I got up and I took off up through the backwoods. Snow in places was up to my waist. I didn't try and shovel myself out of it, just trying to make my way down the path just to see if he'd taken shelter somewhere. I made it about a kilometer down the path. It took me 2 hours to do that, and I was starting to get dehydrated. The shovel that I had broken, so the only thing that I could do was try and come back to the path that I had made. By the time I got back towards the houses, I was met with search and rescue, and they pretty much took over from there.
We had the helicopters, we had the police dog, we had everything. And they couldn't even pick up on infrared because the snow was so deep. To contend with that kind of snow, we felt so helpless. Nature was against us.
While the search for Joshua goes on, with the city under a state of emergency, the military is called in to help. With a new baby in their arms, Shondell and Kyle find themselves trapped in the hospital.
We weren't allowed to leave the hospital without having somewhere to go and without being able to get there safely. And we had no idea what our house was like. We had no idea how much snow was there. So I put a post out on Facebook, actually, and just said, hey, does anyone live in this general area? Can you get some pictures? The door to the front of the house was buried. There was 6, 7, 8 feet of snow in front of the house.
While the Snows try to figure out how to get home, record-breaking amounts of snow make the search for Joshua difficult.
Tuesday evening rolled around and they had told us that the search was suspended. There was just too much snow and the terrain was very hard. These search and rescue guys would come out of the woods and they would be extremely tired. They suspended it until we had a significant melt. When they left, myself and some of my close family members, we kind of just picked up where they left off. We asked for volunteers, and we were met with an overwhelming amount of help.
7 days after Joshua's disappearance, a volunteer makes a devastating discovery.
It was a little after 10 o'clock when my daughter came running to me with the phone in her hand. When I answered the phone, he was a firefighter from Avondale, and he said, I think I found him. I took off towards the marsh. And when I got up there, I got off Skidoo, and he looked at me. He said, just wait. I said, is it him? He said, just wait. He said, don't quit. And just looking at his face, listening to him talk, I mean, I knew what I was headed for. He was about 20 feet inside the tree line. That's roof.
The next day, reality sinks in for Wayne and Nora.
When we got up, we looked at each other and was like, there's no search today. There's no search today. He's not coming home. It was hard to come to terms with that, and sometimes there are days that I still think it's a bad dream. I'm still expecting myself just to wake up and say, what the hell was that? But it's not going to happen.
There's no words to describe the loss. They say it'll get easier with time. I just don't see it happen. Whenever it snows, I'm a mess. I used to love the snow, you know? He went from being an earth angel, that's what I called him, to a snow angel.
As the Walls mourn the loss of their son, Kyle and Shondell head home with their newborn to a house that's been buried by the blizzard.
Somebody said, let us know when you're going and we'll help you shovel out. And then I think it was 12 or 15 people from the community came down with shovels in hand and they helped dig us out.
It was very overwhelming. It's terrifying enough to bring home a newborn, but to bring a newborn home in all of that, it was a scary time for sure for us.
Through a harrowing ordeal, the community finds strength and bonds over their shared experience.
I think Newfoundlanders are versatile. They're used to adverse conditions. We have expertise that is far-reaching.
It put a whole other layer on becoming like first-time parents. We learned that we can get through just about anything. We have a silver lining from it all because we have Levi, but we definitely, there was something about Snowmageddon that there was this really positive feeling that came from it between people coming to help. And I mean, after that, the little Levi went viral, Newfoundland viral. So there was a feeling of positivity in all the madness for sure.
The thing that I think really hit me the most is that they had a smile on their face. As bad as it was, for some reason, people are more jovial and friendly to one another, right? And I think it's just the nature of Newfoundlander. I don't think there's anything the Lord above or Mother Nature can throw at us that we won't embrace somewhere along the line.
While extreme winter weather is a fight for survival for some, others thrive in extreme cold weather. Blinding blizzards, hurricane winds, deadly roads. Around the world, the cold in winter is often dreaded and feared. Freezing rain can encase houses, and blowing snow can down power lines. If you survive the battering trauma of an avalanche, suffocation usually happens within 15 minutes. And if you're caught in the cold, hypothermia can set in even faster. The cold kills 20 times as many people as hot weather. And northern Canada is no stranger to extreme cold.
Winter in the Yukon, it's really one of our longest seasons. It can last 5 months and it can be dangerously cold at points in time. So in fact, some of the coldest temperatures recorded in North America have been from around the southern Yukon. In 1947, they recorded a temperature of minus 62.5 degrees Celsius, which is pretty cold.
Yet for some, the perilous climate is simply a way of life.
Our people have been living in the far northwest Canada for thousands and thousands of years. Winter is not something to be feared, but rather something that our people have absolutely mastered. Overland travel can be easier in winter. Animals animal tracks are easily spotted and followed. Sound travels differently in the cold, making it easier to track animals. A fish net is set easily under the ice. Food harvested in the winter can be easily stored by freezing it.
The people's reliance on cold winter conditions is shared with the animals that live here.
Winter weather is actually very important to the ecosystems. We'll get these very big snowstorm events that are coupled with these extreme high wind events. And what will happen is all the snow that falls during the storm will be blown over to the north sides of the mountains, and these huge wind drifts will turn into ice patches. These snow drifts dot the landscape. There's hundreds of them in the southern Yukon.
In the winter months, animals like pika, lemmings, and grouse use the snowdrifts for shelter. The extreme winter conditions also shape the critical summer habitats of caribou and Dall's sheep.
In the summer, when caribou and sheep move up to their summer ranges, they'll stand on these snowdrifts to get away from these parasitic insects. So the area where the snow patches exist completely overlaps with the critical summer and fall habitat of caribou and sheep.
But global warming poses a significant threat to the environment, wildlife, and people of the North.
With increasingly longer and warmer summers, there's been this progressive melt of this permanent ice that on some mountains has been around for close to 10,000 years. When an ecosystem has formed around the development of permanent ice, then the animals in that habitat and the plants in that habitat have adapted to that ecological condition. So when you start to see these ice patches getting smaller and smaller and perennial snow not lasting in the environment as long as it used to, then it creates this situation of uncertainty.
While a threat to those who live here, the retreating ice and thawing permafrost also reveals treasures preserved by the icy conditions.
There was a baby mammoth mummy that was found in Siberia where they are able to completely sequence 70% of the DNA that came out of that mammoth. Here in the Yukon, we have one horse bone that is about 750,000 years old, where we were able to sequence the DNA out of one bone that had been preserved in ice for almost 1 million years.
In the Yukon, glacial evidence shows that caribou and sheep have been using the snowdrifts for millennia.
While we were surveying this ice patch, we did find this hunting blind right there. So we got evidence of people setting up hunting in caribou habitat near ice patches designed to hide out from these very, very curious caribou who are going to come up and say hello to us.
Well, normal archaeology involves a lot of pretty heavy labor, but glacial archaeology is a little bit different. You basically just go up into the mountains and you walk around at the face of melting ice and pick up the artifacts that you find.
We found this section of a throwing dart sitting in the dung in this little meltwater channel. So I'm just gonna slowly pick this up and see what it looks like out of the dung.
These archaeological artifacts expose an intertwining of culture and nature that has survived for thousands of years.
This is a copper-tipped wooden foreshaft that's just melted out of the ice.
All the artifacts related to this very ancient hunting tradition are now falling out of the ice, but what's really interesting is we see this evidence of a very, very consistent and stable First Nation land use.
For the Champagne and Asiac First Nations, these artifacts link them to their long history.
This connection teaches us so much about who we are, where we come from. These findings also help our young people to be aware of their responsibility to take care of these lands so that it can really take care of us.
But as climate change continues, the fragile balance of the North is threatened.
The ecological conditions and the animal use has been stable for a very, very long time, and people have been basically engaging in a very, very long-standing tradition. And how this interacts with climate change is that when you see climatic conditions and ecological conditions change so rapidly, you have to wonder if we will be able to use these mountains consistently in the future.
Well, the future of Arctic cultures and animals depends on ferocious winter storms to sustain life. It is the existence of ice that stands between disaster, death, and surprising beauty. Hard, frigid, unforgiving. Ice ages have obliterated life on Earth since the beginning of time. But for the past 13 to 14 million years, ice cover in the North and South Poles have moderated the Earth's temperature to allow life to flourish and grow. Despite its fickle and fearsome existence, ice is an ample source of intrigue for its incredible physical properties and mysterious beauty.
I'm always amazed at the diversity and beauty of the ice environment around our planet. And it's amazing to look out and see icebergs that make it look like a cityscape. It's marvelous that our planet is able to create these kinds of cold region phenomenon, and people enjoy them for the beauty of them.
Icebergs are shimmering behemoths with awe-inspiring colors and beauty.
You can see blue colors and clear colors and dark colors, and that all has to do with the impurities that are in the ice. So if there's very small impurities and not very many of them, you'll get a preferential scattering of light from them, which can cause these green colors or blue colors that you see from them. If they're very, very transparent, there's very few impurities in it. It looks like the light is just penetrating right through it.
Just like rocks, the color of ice can also carry valuable information about the Earth's climate.
You can get carbon pollution from around the world that is delivered to the Arctic as part of this oceanic and atmospheric circulation that goes on, and that can be deposited on the surface of glaciers and sea ice as black carbon, which also makes the ice look dark.
Behind each iceberg that traverses the world's oceans is the story of a violent and terrifying rupture from a glacier. Although glaciers appear monolithic and immovable, there is a vast network of a glacial phenomenon called ice streams lurking below the surface.
When you think about glaciers on land, one of the things that is not that evident to the public is that these masses of ice are in motion. They move to such an extent that we have an analog of what you would think of as a river inside a glacier. And so these are called ice streams. It's bounded on either side by ice that's moving very slowly or not at all, but inside the ice stream itself, it's moving very rapidly.
On average, glaciers move 25 centimeters per day, but it's possible for them to shift up to 30 meters.
What is causing it to move is that when you get meltwater on the surface of a glacier, you get something called a moulin. And a moulin is basically a hole in the glacier where fresh water can penetrate down to the base of the glacier. So you can imagine water going down several kilometers to the bedrock that's underneath. And then that water is under high pressure under there, and it's quite warm, so it stays in liquid phase, and it forms kind of a lubricant between the base of the ice and the bedrock below, and that causes the glaciers to slip much more effectively, therefore delivering more icebergs to the ocean.
Much like icebergs, whose mass is hidden underwater, other beautiful ice formations are created under the surface.
You can get things like brine icicles. When the brine is forming in the sea ice, it actually follows a branched structure very similar to a tree.
When sea ice freezes in the Arctic and Antarctic, the salt in the water separates from the water crystals to create a thick brine. This brine cracks the sea ice and seeps into the water below. It's so cold, the water around it freezes, forming a falling finger of ice. Brinicles can travel all the way to the ocean floor, instantly freezing every sea creature in their path, leaving a remarkable, deadly ice column suspended in water. But there can be a delicate, natural beauty to briny ice as well.
A similar kind of phenomenon happens over sea ice, and those are called frost flowers. And so in a frost flower, you sublimate the surface, which means you go from this solid phase up to a vapor phase, and then the vapor phase freezes, forming a very delicate flower on the surface of the ice. We call these salt flowers or frost flowers.
In the Arctic, air is so dry that as spring temperatures increase, the ice surface can go from a solid state to a vapor state, completely bypassing the liquid phase. The result, the flowers flourish, forming ethereal ice meadows. As these flowers grow, they capture salt and marine bacteria, creating an excellent home for microbes. And while these beautiful frost flowers are home to a rich bioculture, they also release atmospheric aerosol, which may be involved with the depletion of ozone in the lower atmosphere.
These things are very reactive with the climate. They form very complex chemical reactions that are related to the ozone layer of our planet. And so how the ozone layer is maintained and protects us from ultraviolet radiation is connected to these very brine-rich forms of frost flowers on the ice surface.
Ice and snow can be both beautiful and deadly. But it also anchors the Earth's climate and keeps our existence on this planet from utter devastation. Blizzards, snow, ice. While the extreme cold can be deadly, living without it could be far worse. As global warming increases, it's affecting the North at an unprecedented rate, a process that is accelerating climate change and unpredictable and severe weather around the world. Dustin is a physical scientist and studies firsthand the effects of a changing climate in the North.
Arctic sea ice is so important because it helps to moderate and cool the polar regions. It helps to moderate the global climate. The ice acts as a reflector, and it's able to reflect up to 80% of the sun's energy. If that ice were to go away, this energy becomes absorbed into the ocean, which can increase the ocean temperature and the global climate. So right now, in the winter, the Beaufort Sea, much of the Arctic is frozen solid. And throughout the season, as we get into June and July, the ice melts and goes away. But now we're seeing this happen earlier and earlier and earlier. So the breakup of ice actually today happens 10 days earlier than it did 20 years ago.
The result is a warming of the oceans, which in turn can affect weather patterns globally, changing when, where, and how severe cyclones occur around the world.
It is well known that in the Arctic, the loss of sea ice causes more coastal storms, and the rapid loss of sea ice over time has increased more storms over time. And that's why we're seeing more erosion now along the Arctic coastline than we've ever seen before.
Arctic coastlines around the world are eroding between 1 and 1.5 meters a year.
The most surprising discovery when analyzing the coast and looking at coastal erosion, it really has to be how fast it happens. How just one storm can cause so much damage. We can see huge blocks fall, the sizes of small houses. In the community of Tuk, we see, over 2 meters of erosion from just one storm.
In the tiny community of Tuktoyaktuk, erosion is drastically changing the lives of residents.
We see the loss of buildings, we see the loss of infrastructure, roads, and people's homes. The town has been forced to move several homes. The RCMP detachment was relocated, as well as the school. It's the loss of communities. It's the loss of habitat, important species habitat, like from the polar bear.
As rising temperatures melt sea ice, permafrost is also disappearing at an alarming rate.
Permafrost is ground that has been permanently frozen for 2 years or more. It encompasses almost 25% of the landmass in the Northern Hemisphere.
Some 1,400 gigatons of carbon are estimated to be locked away in the permafrost. As permafrost melts, carbon is being released, adding to the effect on climate change.
The loss of Arctic permafrost has greatly impacted wildlife as well by reducing the amount of habitat along the coast, but also by changing the nearshore ecosystem with the increased amount of sediment that is now being eroded into the water column.
On the uninhabited Pelly Island in the Beaufort Sea, the fastest rate of coastal erosion in the world is ripping away the land at an extraordinary rate.
The erosion on Pelly Island can be double to triple the erosion rates that we're seeing in other areas. Why Pelly Island is eroding so much faster than the surrounding area is, one, because of its location. It's located right at the impact zone of the strong Beaufort Sea waves. To its size, it is fronted by a very large 30-meter cliff of ice-rich sand, clay, and silt. So as the waves undercut the island, 15 years ago, we would see rates of 10 to 15 meters a year. Now we're seeing rates of 30 to 40 meters a year. And the reason why it's doubled is directly related to climate change. In 50 years, I suspect that much of the coast as we see today will look quite different. Probably islands like Pelly or Tuktoyaktuk Island may be gone.
Scientists predict the effects will soon creep southward.
What's happening in the Arctic will eventually happen in other spots, as the ice that exists there now may not exist there in the future.
As the total impact of the loss of our extreme cold in the north is set to be felt around the globe, storms like the blizzard in St. John's, Newfoundland will continue to increase, both in frequency and ferocity. The future of the North is intertwined with the survival of life on this planet. What affects the Arctic weather reverberates around the world, with more devastating blizzards, snow, and ice. And to ignore the marching drums of time is to hasten an unknown future. Sudden.
And the water swept my truck down the road.
Unstoppable.
It changed the entire landscape.
Deadly.
Just horrific.
Like fast-flowing concrete, mudslides can wipe out everything in their paths.
The whole forest was gone.
Yet the total impact from mudslides and landslides can increase biodiversity and unearth prehistoric treasures. Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes.
This was the deadliest tornado on record.
The impact can be devastating.
God completely wiped it off the map.
We step inside the disaster.
We were running for our lives.
It was just like a freight train.
And unravel the unexpected and sometimes jaw-dropping total impact.
Believe it or not, some good can come from these monster storms.
Between 2004 and 2016, more than 50,000 people were killed by landslides around the world. Surprisingly, this ferocious phenomenon often begins like this. A fire ignites in a picturesque park in Southern California.
The Thomas Fire started in December. It was started by power lines that came down and the sparks ignited in the brush. We had wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour that night. And with winds blowing that strong, there's a very small window of opportunity when you can stop something like that.
The fire will set off a chain of events that will end in one of the most devastating mudslides in California's history. Monteceto, a picturesque community nestled between the ocean and the foothills of the Santa Ynez Mountains.
Monteceto is beautiful naturally, but it is actually the community here that is so amazing and so special.
But like many communities in California, Montecito's year-round sunshine means long, dry summers that transform the surrounding vegetation into the perfect fuel for fire.
Everybody loves the weather, but that also makes for a hazardous area too in terms of fire. We have these long, dry summers. brings on fires.
The Thomas fires explode in size. More than 1,000 firefighters work to contain the threat. Residents receive mandatory evacuation orders, including Lalo and his partner Peter.
The Thomas fire moved here fairly quickly, and as it became clear that we needed to evacuate, they gave us 72 hours to leave the property.
Search and rescue!
So we loaded up all of our belongings that we thought were valuable, and we left. And it took us about a week or more to finally get the orders of coming back in and allowed to come back into the property.
From start to finish, the Thomas fire burned over 273,000 acres. There were 2 fatalities directly related to the Thomas fire.
Many have only just returned to their homes when warnings are issued about incoming rain and the possibility of flooding and mudslides, also known as debris flows.
The debris flow is usually caused after a fire because the fire burns the vegetation and now the slopes are bare. When it rains hard, then that water comes down those slopes which aren't protected, and now the water can mix in with all this sediment and create a cement-like slurry. And it can pick up rocks, it can float these boulders. 12 inches of water can float a 6-foot boulder. And so as that moves down, it's this grinding machine that just digs out the channels right down to the bedrock.
But while residents are urged to evacuate again, many are suffering from warning fatigue.
We were on the tail end of numerous back-to-back red flag warnings. We were kind of in a red flag warning fatigue because we'd been telling our resources every day, it's a red flag warning, so be on high alert. So you kind of go to that place in your mind, unfortunately, like, well, today's gonna be another day where nothing happens.
It came up to the point of the new worry of this rain coming, and we were told that we were in the voluntary evacuation zone, but we were so exhausted at that point. Peter just thought, you know what, we'll point the vehicles so that they're pointing outwards. If something does come to that nature, we'll just head out. That evening, Peter said, I'm aware that this could be a problem. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to stay awake and monitor the creek. I was scheduled to work the next morning, so I went to bed, not thinking too much about it.
We knew that we would probably see some localized flooding. So that day we were filling sandbags and cleaning out culverts and looking at creeks and kind of preparing for a big rainstorm.
But no one is prepared for what's to come.
No one knew that that giant storm was going to park over Monteceto Mountain and just dump. No one knew. No one had any idea.
Maeve is on patrol when the downpour hits.
I was parked on what used to be called the San Ysidro Bridge. It had just started to rain, and it started to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and it turned into this kind of extreme rainfall downpour. And to be honest, I got excited with the rainfall, and so I remember sitting in the truck thinking, this is great. You know, this is exactly what we need, and this is gonna bring an end to fire season.
It rained a ½ inch in 5 minutes, and that's equivalent to 6 inches per hour. That's a phenomenal amount of rain. It's just like grabbing a bucket of water and just throwing it, just chucking it onto the hillside. Really, that's what set things off.
The geography of Monteceto makes it particularly vulnerable to fire, rain, and debris flows.
Monteceto is in a hazard zone in a lot of ways. The formation of the Snowmageddon mountains behind us and the fact that these steep canyons run right down into town.
The canyons provide natural pathways for flowing water. The formations remaining after these events are known as debris fans.
Monteceto was built on a whole series of debris fans that come out of the mountains here. The canyons are stacked next to each other, and they're very steep, and as that sediment comes out, each one forms a debris fan, and they overlap. And this overlapping debris fan has made this even slope that goes down to the ocean, and that is what Monteceto is built on.
If the impact is anything like the 1938 Los Angeles mudslides, it could be catastrophic. The event killed 115 people, destroyed dozens of homes, and buried people alive. It's one of the worst disasters in California's history. In Monteceto, it only takes minutes after the rains begin for the creek beds to fill and overflow. Two rare events come together, and then the unthinkable happens.
So within minutes, the debris flow occurred. Literally within minutes of the rainstorm. So it was a rainstorm that occurs probably every 100 or every 200 years. That came after a fire that occurs every 20 to 40 years.
As the deluge of rain hits the hillside, Maeve decides to patrol the area.
So I drove off the bridge, and I took probably about 60 to 65 seconds before the sky just turned orange. I don't know how to describe it other than a massive ball of glowing orange. I wasn't sure what was happening because it was the middle of the night, and so I slammed on my brakes.
A natural gas pipeline is severed. The massive explosion lights up the night sky. But before Maeve can figure out what it is, she sees something else, more terrifying.
And as I looked to my side, I could see a glob of debris coming down. So it was water and tree trunks and boulders coming down the road at me.
Maeve's truck is hit full force by a deadly mudslide.
I didn't really have time to really decide on anything, and so I put it back in drive, and that's when the water swept my truck down the road.
Following the devastating Thomas fires, a 1-in-100-year rainstorm hits Monteceto. Within minutes, the hillsides and everything on them are swept away in mudslides. Residents in the city below aren't aware that it's too late to evacuate.
A debris flow can be very destructive as it moves down through these steep canyons. It moves fast, it's sudden, it's got a front that's about 30 feet high. There's no warning about it except that it's been raining. And it's filled with boulders and large full-size trees. It tangles up on bridges and it finds new paths. And these large boulders, when they crash into houses, it instantly obliterates them. It really hits like a freight train.
Lalo is sleeping while his partner Peter keeps watch out the window. Suddenly, Lalo is wrenched awake.
My phone was giving the alert sound. I was so confused and disoriented. I felt like there was independent boulders shifting underneath the house. And as I started to realize the potential of what was happening, I looked over towards the creek and I could see huge 200-foot trees snapping down like twigs. I told Peter, I said, let's get the hell out of here. I tried to run as fast as I could to the front door where I always kept my keys. I was this close to actually grabbing my keys when the front door burst open and mud and water and everything started to flow into the house.
As Lalo's house is struck by the full force of the mudslide, Maeve's truck is swept away, with Maeve inside. She has only a split second to make a life or death decision.
I knew in that moment that I was gonna have to make a quick decision to try to get out of the blob. I knew that there was a driveway coming up on my left, and so as that driveway came up, I kind of prepared myself and turned the steering wheel as hard as I could in hopes that I could get out of the blob.
If she can't steer her truck out of the mudslide, she could be buried, crushed, or suffocated in the debris. But Maeve is lucky.
I successfully got my truck out of the blob and into a driveway. Immediately got out of the vehicle and turned around to kind of see what had happened behind me. And it no longer looked like what it had just a few minutes prior. There were power lines down, there were boulders, there were vehicles stuck everywhere. There was just stuff everywhere.
Mountainous areas around the world are vulnerable to mudslides and landslides. When drought and fire are added to the mix, the risks are even greater.
When a wildland fire comes through, like the Thomas fire, it just completely scorches the vegetation in the hillsides. It kills the seed beds, it kills the plants. It doesn't allow the earth time to kind of regenerate and heal and repair itself.
A wildfire removes the vegetation and produce a lot of ash. The ash can infiltrate the soil and make it almost impermeable to water. And then the plants themselves release a waxy substance that can seal the surface.
As rain falls, it can't penetrate the waxy, ashy layer.
So when it rains, it just quickly runs off, and the runoff can be up to 10 times more than would normally be produced without a fire. It can move boulders up to the size of buses. The weight of the boulders is pretty close to the weight of the fluid that's moving them. So they kind of bob along like ping pong balls along a stream. And there's no limit on the size of the boulder that can be transported.
Within minutes, multiple mudslides are barreling through Monteceto, destroying everything in their paths.
It almost was like a scene from a horror movie. People were covered from head to toe in mud, and people were confused and they were cold. People were crying, people were yelling, and I realized that not as many people evacuated as we thought had.
Downhill from Maeve, for those who haven't already evacuated, it's too late to flee.
I ran back to where Peter was. He was in the bathroom. He told me immediately, jump onto the vanity. And I started to shake, and I was like, Peter, Peter, Peter. And he tried to calm me down and just said, if we need to, we'll get higher. If we need to get to the roof, we'll do that. And it was moments after that, I saw our two vehicles float past the window, and I knew something bad's gonna happen. The house actually started to lift off its foundation. It did like a little waft, a second waft, and the third waft, the house just lifted off its foundation and launched us out into the flow of mud and water. It was a miracle that I didn't die in that moment.
The people who didn't evacuate didn't know it was coming, and when it was coming, it was probably too late. People reported the boulder front is coming down and lines of trees falling down like a mass of elephants behind, pushing down the trees through a forest. And it makes a big noise. Debris flows move, they sound like, probably sound like a freight train going by. You can hear it coming, you can see it coming.
As the mud flow hits their home, Lalo and Peter are swept away into a torrent of mud, trees, and boulders.
I went into survival mode. Instead of trying to resist, I went with the flow and Peter yelled at me at that point and said, "Lalo, grab onto some wood and you don't let go." I looked over my left shoulder. I saw Peter for the last time.
As Lalo desperately searches for something to grab onto, Maeve jumps from survivor to rescuer.
I had asked my 2 firemen to start knocking on doors. They found a couple whose house was closest to the gas explosion. Their house had caught on fire. They jumped out of the window to escape. And when the wife jumped out, she broke both of her feet. It was still pouring rain. It was dark. There was still a ton of confusion. The only light that we had was from the glow of the fire down the street.
Maeve calls for an ambulance, but she's told they can't get to her.
And I remember being incredibly frustrated, thinking, why can't anyone access us? I don't understand why they can't get in here. So I said, fine, then I'll drive them to you. As we came down the street, I got a glimpse of what was happening, and the entire community that I was used to driving through had washed away. Everything was gone, and there were just power lines and boulders and pieces of homes and roofs in the street.
It felt like an alien landscape. You didn't know where the road even was anymore. It was just such a surreal, shocking, visceral feeling. I just couldn't process it at all. It was too big. It was just too big.
Further downhill, Lalo and Peter have been ripped from their home. As Lalo loses sight of Peter, he fights to stay alive.
I was going probably about 25, 30 miles an hour at that moment. So when I hit the tree, I grabbed it from its side, but my head still hit the tree pretty hard. But I hung onto the tree and I started to try and figure out what my next move was going to be. I started to notice the amount of boulders, rocks, cars, trucks, everything was coming down the creek, and I just felt like something was going to snap me in half. I just had that terrifying feeling in my spine that I'm here held on this tree, but something's going to smash me up against it. Once the mud flow started to recede a little bit, it became less liquefied and more thick, but I felt it was safe enough to get off the tree.
Lalo has no idea what's happened to Peter. And as the rain continues to pour down, Maeve comes to a stark realization.
There were just 7 of us from the Monteceto Fire Department. We kind of started to realize that we were stranded.
Once the mudslides that have overrun Monteceto run their course, search and rescue efforts begin. But with roads and entire neighborhoods washed away, there's no easy way for help to arrive. Maeve calls for reinforcements.
Once the Coast Guard came overhead, I landed and I notified them that the female patient that I had couldn't walk. I just put her on my back and I walked her up through the field to the helicopter and handed them both over to the care of the Coast Guard. I kind of felt a little bit of a relief and felt like I could start finding more people and getting more people out of harm's way.
Like many stranded in the wake of the mudslides, Lalo waits for first responders to arrive.
When the ambulance came, I was a little hesitant to leave because I didn't feel like I was in that bad a shape, but the paramedics said that, no, you're suffering hypothermia.
There were just an endless barrage of 911 calls of person not breathing,
Need help.
person trapped,
Our house is filled with mud. I have a newborn.
drowning, mud in the home, flooding.
I don't know if we're gonna live.
And he heard cries for help coming from every direction. It was still dark at this point. The sun was just coming up, and I remember thinking, oh my gosh, there's so many people in here.
My reaction when I first saw what was happening was shock, overwhelm, sense of being disconnected from reality, that this couldn't be happening. Mud everywhere, the boulders the size of small buildings. I just had never seen anything like that. It was like a long, slow, unfolding train wreck where you think you're to the end of it and you discover, no, there was 3 more cars with children in them. By then, the search and recovery effort was well underway for the people who had perished and who were missing.
The injuries and the victims were endless. We got on the loudspeakers and asked everyone to get up to the rooftops if they could. I asked for every available aircraft in the area to come so that we could start pulling people from rooftops and from trees.
First responders insist that Lalo join other survivors being evacuated by military vehicles, but he's hesitant to leave.
I was sure that Peter would be arriving soon. He was just that kind of person that would somehow make it through anything. I remember wanting to stay, but they told me that when Peter would come, that they would, do the right thing, and so they reassured me that I needed to go. As we finally did make it into Santa Barbara, coming through that area, there was people rollerblading, there was people on bikes. It was actually a beautiful day, and I just could not understand the duality of these two things existing at the same time.
Back in the affected area, Maeve starts sending people to a makeshift recovery area at a nearby golf course.
It was so cold. I remember thinking, all these people are soaking wet. We didn't have any power. I started thinking, we don't have any running water. People are gonna get thirsty. I can't feed them. The decision was made to start sending in Blackhawks and just pulling all of the people out. I think we flew out maybe 250 people.
As Lalo recovers, friends and family search for Peter.
It wasn't until the next day the word came in that he was found. They had found his body. I also found out that someone had posted on Facebook that they had found Peter's passport, photos, personal belongings. And once I did actually see his belongings, I knew it was real.
In the wake of the destruction, the impact is devastating. While Lalo will never forget that fateful night, it's the loving memory of Peter that is forever imprinted on him.
Peter was someone that was willing to live his life without any regrets. Peter was a character that I think early on in his own life, he realized that there is no do-overs in this life. He was someone I never would have thought of falling in love with, but he captured my heart, and I will miss him for the rest of my life.
In the aftermath, the community comes together to rebuild.
The cleanup after this debris flow was huge. It just was debris, homes and cars, and boulders and mud everywhere, sometimes 10 feet deep or more. Hundreds of people working around the clock for months on end. And some of the bridges just got open 2 years later. It was very, very difficult.
It was terrible and tragic, but it also had a lot of beauty to it in terms of how the community pulled together. If there is any bit of silver lining coming out of a disaster, that to me is really loving each other through this disaster. We kind of found out the best of us.
I tell the people in my life that I love them more often because I always want the people in my life to know what they mean to me.
While the devastating effects of mudslides and debris flows are undeniable, science is revealing that their total impact can actually create an unexpected boom in wildlife.
I'd call it a hard reset of the biodiversity, but Mother Nature is extremely resilient.
It's 1980, and Mount St. Helens in Washington state is about to unleash the largest landslides ever recorded in Earth's history. The disaster will release multiple types of debris flows. The effects will be both devastating and surprising. It begins with an earthquake rumbling beneath Mount St. Helens, a volcano that's been dormant for over a century. From March to mid-May, a staggering 10,000 earthquakes are recorded in the area. The quakes build pressure beneath the volcano, causing the north side to bulge outward.
One of our students was working up there on the observation site about 9 miles away from the volcano, and they were monitoring the bulge. The whole side just slowly swelled day by day.
Then, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake strikes. Moments later, the north face begins to crumble.
As the mountain moved up and down and was pulsing with the pressures below, it fractured all the rock. And eventually, the mountain couldn't hold itself up anymore on that north side and simply slid down.
Rock, debris, and ice tumble down the mountain, triggering a landslide.
The whole mountain slipped, and then it fluidized into a debris flow that went down the Toutle River a long ways.
Reaching speeds of 249 kilometers an hour, the landslide rockets 21 kilometers down the river, filling the valley with up to 180 meters of debris. It's the largest landslide in history, covering 62 square kilometers. But the disaster isn't over. With a new opening on the north face, the volcano explodes in a lateral blast, ripping down the mountainside.
You can imagine if an explosion goes sideways rather than up, it's going to knock down trees and destroy things.
The eruption triggers a second type of suffocating debris flow, pyroclastic flows.
Pyroclastic flows are generated from the parts of an erupting volcano that haven't mixed with the atmosphere sufficiently. So those parts that are more dense are going to plunge towards the ground, start flowing down the flanks of the volcano.
The searing heat melts the mountain's ice caps.
There was a lot of moisture from the glaciers up top that were now melting because of the heat.
The water mixes with volcanic ash and debris knocked down by the landslide and blast. The cumulative effect produces a third type of debris flow, concrete-like mud flows called lahars.
Most lahars are near boiling temperature if they're near the volcano and come from very fresh deposits, and they can be traveling at tens of meters a second.
An eruption and three types of debris flows, a landslide of epic proportions, pyroclastic flows, and lahars. The impact is devastating.
It wiped out a whole forest. The whole forest was gone.
St. Helens was extremely destructive to the surrounding environment. It just blew all this sediment and shot it outward, and it knocked down all the trees for hundreds of square miles, covered the lands with ash and very hot gases that burned up. It killed a lot of things.
57 people are killed, along with 7,000 game animals, as well as birds and small mammals. 596 square kilometers of forest are obliterated. An area once full of wildlife is reduced to a wasteland. Yet in a surprising twist, researchers have found that the wreckage caused by debris flows can actually aid in diversifying habitats and increasing biodiversity. Clearing stretches of forest, landslides can create space for fields and meadows and bring with them new species of plants and animals. Pyroclastic flows and lahars can transport nutrient-rich volcanic ash, increasing the fertility of the soil. Around Mount St. Helens, this meant a quick rebound in vegetation.
Fortunately, it happened in the springtime when there was a layer of snow on the ground. The plants and animals that live underneath the snow actually made it okay. They were protected by this layer of snow. We saw sprouting coming up within weeks.
The forest came back remarkably quick, actually, just a few years.
Underwater, debris from landslides can also increase aquatic biodiversity by creating new habitats for both predators and prey.
It was a major reset, changed the entire landscape. Of course, Mount St. Helens looks completely different now. Those changes will be around a long time.
Despite the complete change in landscape, the forest is on its way to being lusher and healthier than prior to the 1980 landslide and eruption.
I'd call it a hard reset of the biodiversity after Mount St. Helens, but Mother Nature is extremely resilient, and it's amazing the regrowth that came afterwards.
While landslides can both destroy and support new life, in some instances, their total impact brings with them a gold rush of treasure seekers and can uncover the prehistoric past.
Landslides are constantly bringing new fossils onto the beach, but it's a double-edged sword because at the same time, the landslides also threaten people and property.
Around the globe, mudslides and landslides are feared for their destruction and death. On the southwest coast of England, the geology of the picturesque village of Lyme Regis makes it prone to landslides. Yet they've had a surprising upside that brings tourists here from around the world.
Landslides in Britain are not common at all. In fact, there are only one or two hotspots, and the coast around Lyme Regis is really one of them. The reason why the coast around Lyme Regis is so prone to landslides is that the lower part of the cliffs are made of Jurassic rocks, about 200 million years old, and those rocks are impermeable. And then capping the cliffs is a much younger sandstone from the Cretaceous age. That's permeable, which means that the rainwater can soak down to the clay surface, and that allows the cliff top to slide off into the landslide.
The Bindon landslide of 1839 was one of the largest coastal landslides in Europe. Overnight, more than 6 hectares of land and 8 million tons of rock broke away from cliffs and crashed onto the beach and into the sea.
It's not a regular process, it's an erratic process that happens sporadically according to the weather. So the more we have rain and storms, the greater the chance of landslides. And that makes it really hard to predict.
Yet the very geological qualities that make the region prone to catastrophic landslides are also a record of the Earth's past and have given the area the name the Jurassic coast.
So Lyme Regis sits on the Jurassic coast for a 95-mile section of coast. There is nowhere else in the world where it's possible to walk through 185 million years of the Earth's history in a virtually unbroken sequence.
With each landslide that threatens the nearby villages, the fossil remains of the marine life that perished millions of years ago are being uncovered, revealing secrets of prehistoric life.
Lyme Regis is really famous for fossils because the landslides are constantly bringing new fossils onto the beach. They're beautifully preserved. You can see these ammonites preserved with calcite crystal. But we also have the giant marine reptiles, the ichthyosaurs and the plesiosaurs, and they died onto a seabed that was poisonous and stagnant. So we find these beautifully articulated specimens like the ones in the museum. So Mary Anning, obviously one of the most famous fossil collectors of all time, she found her first ichthyosaur in Lyme Regis in 1811 at the age of 11 with her brother Joseph. She didn't find the first ichthyosaur ever found. Before that, people were known as currymen, and the fossils they sold were curiosities.
Today, amateur and professional fossil hunters from around the world flock to the area after landslides, searching for fossils. From beautifully geometric ammonites to giant plesiosaurs and scelidosaurus, every year between 20 and 30 of the finds turn out to be of scientific interest.
The landslides are constantly bringing the fossils down to the beach. I found my first fossil here 40 plus years ago, and we're still finding the fossils. It's a fantastic and completely sustainable activity. We also need collectors to be out there collecting, because if they weren't, the new and important finds which are still being made, they'd just be smashed and lost by the sea.
While the landslides along the Jurassic coast continue to be one of the important sources of Jurassic fossils in the world, the devastation that landslides and mudslides can bring is undeniable. And modern engineering is leveraging physics to help mitigate their deadly effects. The raw power of landslides and mudslides can snap massive trees, toss boulders like pebbles, and level entire neighborhoods. For those living with the threat of these disasters, is there any way to protect themselves?
So the trick then is to figure out how are you going to defend yourself, and how are you going to make yourself and your entire community a safer place for you to live.
Scientists are inventing new ways of protecting communities prone to landslides. Tim is a geologist and has worked around the world to help mitigate the deadly effects of debris flows of all sorts, from mudslides to avalanches.
Often an event happens, such as a debris flow or rock slide. People say, okay, what can we do to prevent this from happening again? That's when experts come in, geologists, engineers, and they work with companies to figure out what system to provide.
Debris flow barrier systems, sometimes called ring nets, are designed to catch debris before it's too late.
The nets themselves are made from high tensile strength steel, and we loop them in a machine into different spirals for different strength nets. And then we sew them together, essentially to make a grid of rings or a net. They're made from high tensile strength steel, which makes them very strong, and the structure of them makes them very flexible. So we're stopping dynamic hazards by allowing the hazard to slow down as the system deforms.
Whether it's rocks, trees, or snow, the ring nets work by catching debris, stopping the momentum.
It's like big strainers. Debris flows come down the channel and impacts the barrier. The barrier deforms and slows the material down, and then eventually stops it.
Jesus. Listen to that.
The idea for ring nets isn't new. It's based on Swiss avalanche prevention technology that's been around for decades.
Rudimentary systems were started in the 50s using these wire rope nets, wood posts, and they started with avalanche protection. So the snow would accumulate behind these rows of fences and preventing the avalanche from starting. In the 70s, they started developing specific systems for stopping rockfall. In 1998, a rockfall barrier was installed and a debris flow happened to hit it. It filled this rockfall barrier, and then that's where the idea of using a flexible barrier to stop debris flow happened.
Flexibility is the secret of a ring net's success.
Wherever a system's flexible, it can be lighter weight because it's taking deformation and it's absorbing the load through the flexibility rather than just brute force. Flexibility in geohazard protection systems is important because we're using relatively lightweight materials, yet strong, and we're taking these dynamic, fast-moving hazards and we're slowing them down over a distance.
Following the deadly mudslides in Monteceto, California in 2018, ring nets have been installed to help prevent future tragedies.
The debris flow nets at Monteceto are going to provide protection from additional mudslides, and it's going to reduce the potential hazard in the future. By no means does it eliminate potential hazard.
Those kinds of infrastructure projects won't save you from everything, but what they do is they do build in a certain sense of security here, and they help you understand that you're going to be able to navigate these things much better in the future. You have to think about the fact that we're living in a climate-hostile world now.
With climate change and development, the rate of landslides occurring worldwide is projected to increase.
Climate change is changing everything in terms of the severity of fire, and rainstorms are definitely getting more intense. So the possibility of loading this wildfire and rainstorm is more likely, which will lead to more severe landslides.
We're not in control, and the environment is going to do what it's going to do. The only thing we can do is be prepared for the next event.
Mudslides, landslides, debris flows. They can destroy everything in their paths and turn deadly in the blink of an eye. Yet their total impact can also increase biodiversity and reveal prehistoric treasures. As the danger looms for those living in their paths and in a world with increasingly unpredictable weather, technology could help mitigate the devastation of the deadly debris flow.